Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, January the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? And yes, yes, thank you. Well, guys, where to begin? Just on a personal note, GNUS. So if you were following all this action yesterday, of course you know well, if you don't know about the Reddit boys, the WSBs, look it up. But I was in this one, GNUS. I got in just kind of before the market closed. I watched it go up to three something. Actually, got up to about 325. I was in about 285. You know, I don't like this company, the stock at all, but I decided, okay, you know, enough of my prejudices. I'll buy it. And so I walked away from my computer for a bit, and then all of a sudden I see it starting to tank somewhat. And I took a slightly bigger loss than I normally would have liked on this one. And then I discover that the WSB Reddit room had been shut down, at least for a while. And if you look at GME and all the other ones, they were just absolutely tanking, okay? And then it seemed the Reddit room seemed to come back, and GME started to stabilize a bit and actually move up to about the $300 mark. I decided to get back into GNUS, and right around I think it was 238. This is way after hours, of course. No idea what to expect this morning, and I had to sort of blink a couple of times to make sure that was a 3 in front of that price and not a 1. And anyway, bottom line is I made back my little loss and way more on the GONUS. I got out of it just over 3. I think it was around 337 actually. So, you know, this is crazy. And now look what's happening. So the word is that I'm hearing, and, you know, I'm sure other people can verify this, is that Robinhood now is not accepting trades on GME and AMC and EXPR and all the absolute crazy ones. So, now listen, no screen. Sorry guys. Sorry, I just forgot to. There we go. Sorry, just have to switch displays. There we go. Okay. So listen, as I said yesterday, do not ask me for any advice on how to trade these, okay? You're completely on your own. This is a new world. Somebody asked me yesterday, had I ever seen anything like this before? And I sort of said, well, I was thinking about individual stocks. You know, we've seen individual stocks do this, but, you know, then later on, in retrospect, I had to think, well, I guess really not, because we've had so many of these do some crazy things. Now we're officially, I've never seen anything like this before. Some of the ones that I had in the pre-market in terms of gapping up, I mean, they've all tumbled, I think. I mean, look at Jan. I mean, this was up to 36. It gets all the way down to 16. And again, I think it's a lot of it, of course, is because I think Robinhood has basically shut down the ability to trade these. So, where we go from here, I don't know. I really don't know. So, is there anything else? So, I mean, look at American Airlines. So, American Airlines. I mean, we can. In fact, if you recall, over the last couple of weeks, I've been saying things like, "Well, I see this pop, but I can't see any news. I see this pop, I can't see any news." And I guess this is what kind of was the beginning of it all. No news for a lot of these pops, but now I guess we understand why. American Airlines, we can actually say, okay, they did release earnings, okay? But it is I think, you know, the boys got a hold of this one too, 37% float or short float percent, and they just popped it up. But at least there was some news. But I mean, this is just, you know, this is almost not quite, this is cut by a third from the highs, AAL. So I don't know if this is one of the ones that Robinhood is saying you can't trade anymore. I have no idea. No idea. Well, it's Reddit. It's the WSB. You have to look it up, Torps. Okay, you have to look it up. You know, I don't know if that Reddit, if within the Reddit community, WSB is back up and running. I really don't know. But let's take a look at. I mean, there are other things happening. The other one that you know, again, if you AG. AG, the word is that the Reddit boys are all over AG. Look at that short float percent. That's what they're looking at. They're looking at the ones with the high short float percent and trying to start a short attack, and so, or a squeeze, if you will. So I mean, because there's no reason for AG to be up like this in terms of if you're looking for technicals or fundamentals or anything like that. But look at it, and it could start to drag some of this other silver plays up, of course, with it. I noticed FSM earlier was up, but this is not it's only 4% in a short float percent. So anyway, I don't know what's going on. I mean, I have no idea where this is all going to end today. I noticed that AMC, which of course was one of those ones that I think Robinhood is saying you can't trade anymore. For a while, I mean, I don't know how long that's going to last, but it is now bounced off 10. There's a $3 pop. So let's. I will try to look at other things that are happening. But most of the things that I was looking at earlier, this is before Robinhood shut down, some of the ability to trade some. So I have no idea if they're still up. I mean, looking at Space was up to 51 and it drops down to 44. SPCE. VIVE. I'm not sure. I don't think this was well, let's just see what it's done. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can't tell anymore if this is just, the reason being that it's no longer tradable at Robinhood or something like that. I really don't know anymore. In this one, I don't think so, but we'll, just have to wait for the market to open. The other one I looked at was Triple U. Triple U yesterday, of course, had the big day. And at one point, I mean, it did get up here. You don't see it on this daily chart, but you can see right here, pre-market, it did get up to 1393. I'd put an alert at the high right there. It popped up, but again, this has dropped a third. So I'm not even sure what even to talk about right now. I mean, look at MNPR. This is another one that I had seen that was way up, and look what happened to it. I mean, MNPR, again, these are very, very, now they're not all high short float percents, but they're also very, very low floats, or not. I guess it's sort of a combination. I mean, if you get the right combination of a short, very few shares in the float plus a high short float percent. But look at this, MNPR, what did it get up to? $21, basically cut in half. So don't ask me how to trade these. I don't know. But if you're new to trading, I would just sort of sit in your hands. Look at FSM. Here's a silver play, big float, not a big short float percent, but maybe being tugged along, of course, by AG. Well, a lot of time, of course, these stocks that are going up like this. A lot of them are not shortable. Well, at least at Interactive Brokers, a lot of them are not shortable anyway, which is probably a good thing. And I'm talking Interactive Brokers, okay? So I can't speak for every brokerage. GME is not shortable at Interactive Brokers. The big red dot is there. It's not just a matter of trying to find shorts for you. It's just not shortable. Jan, my guess is that there's a big red dot there. Yeah, so a lot of these are not shortable anyway. But look at Bed Bath & Beyond, another one that was just, got a hold, the Reddit crew got a hold of them and popped this up, not shortable. There's so many right now that are not shortable. Again, when I'm saying I can only speak for Interactive Brokers, and this is not just, difficult to short. I mean, if you know what I'm talking about, if you have IB, the big red dot, it's just saying, you know what, we're not going to allow you to short. So my guess is that there are probably a lot of brokers are just not allowing you to short these right now. So, having said all that, crypto stocks, I don't know, what's crypto doing? Okay, so GBTC is moving higher a little bit. Let's take a look at Mara as an example. Yeah, Mara's up a little bit. Unfortunately, when we look at a 3% gain, we go, we're getting so used to these 100, 200, 300% gains. But airlines in general, Let me take a look at JetBlue. Let's see if JetBlue is still up. No, I mean, you know, they all dropped. I mean, you know, American Airlines was up. I mean, you could ostensibly say it was because of earnings, but I think also the crew got a hold of them, excuse me, with that high shortfall percent, so it had earnings. But now I'm looking at most of them are doing the same thing. United Airlines, JetBlue. I think now JetBlue is an earnings play also. LUV is an earnings play. So we've had three anyway that have had earnings, but look at this. I don't know if UAL is an earnings play today. No, January was earnings last week, I guess. No, I mentioned cost. Yeah, I mean, cost is crazy. I mean, that's probably even, in my opinion, it's almost crazier than GME. Almost crazier. Look where it came from. You know, on a percentage basis, it certainly is. I mean, 3 days ago, this was a you know, a stock that was at a low as $1.74. This morning, it hits $173. So that's crazier than GME. You know, so having said all that, I'm just going to take a look to see what the analysts are trying to tell us in terms of upgrades and downgrades this morning. I'm just glad I got out of the GNUS. Huh. Yes, AG is WSB. I don't know if they can still trade it though. This is a classic war though, guys. I mean, this is a war. Wall Street versus, you know, the little guys, if you will. All right, so I just want to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. So I'm just going to post them here. So here's some of the upgrades. Well, especially on the upside, not to be able to buy. You know, the short side, I sort of get it, but the question was, it doesn't seem fair that a brokerage would not allow you to trade certain securities. But there's a lot of pressure from Wall Street to you know, to do this. Anyway, let me get some of these upgrades and downgrades in. A few more to go on the upgrade side. All right, so there are some of the upgrades. I will put the downgrades in now. Let's see if they're, yeah, a few more downgrades. Let's just take a look at some of the downgrades. FSM, guys, on the move. It's just being tugged along with, but because of AG, FSM. All right, guy, Mara, MARA is on the move, so my guess is Riot is also. So yeah, Bitcoin or cryptos anyway, look like they're might be the play today for a while anyway. And of course, Tesla and Apple release earnings after hours. Who cares? I mean, you know, that wasn't where all the fun was. Just a few more downgrades to get in here. downgrades now for BBBY. However, unshortable now for me at Interactive Brokers as an example. Okay. Here's some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Let's take a look at the retail ETF. It was soaring this morning. Look at this. It was all the way up here. But now because of the inability to, buy some of these retail stocks that was probably propping this up, XRT is now taking a hit. It's still up. Well, no, it's not up now. Yeah, look at this. So now it's down. I mean, remember, now this was up to $97 down to $87. This is the one of probably the biggest retail ETFs. All right. So so Riot and Mara, guys. So crypto's strong right now. No, I don't think you can buy shares. Well, I may be wrong. I'm basing this on some of the things that have been posted, but I may be wrong. But I don't think you can buy the shares. Yeah, absolutely. The NAKD. I know you guys were talking about it. To be honest, I had no idea that it had popped through $1. I know you guys had been talking about it, and again, look what it did pre-market. Got all the way up to 364. It is now cut in half. And this is exactly what happened to me with this news trade, GNUS. I'm just so happy that I decided to get out of it right here, 333, after getting hit after hours yesterday a little bit. So meanwhile, the market is popping here. Market is popping a little bit here. So we might have to concentrate a little bit more on the so-called traditional. This is another one that, look at this, ACY. I mean, look at this. Gets all the way up to 34, almost cut in half. I mean, yesterday this was a $9 stock. And then this morning you wake up and it's 34. Yeah, I'm sure other ones too, Ham. Look at this retailer was soaring yesterday, FOSL. So some of these little resource stocks are, they're still kind of hanging in there. There's not silver, but probably has silver in it. Yeah, AXU. So CFAG is still hanging tough. Yeah, not really. Well, I mean, it's dropped a couple of dollars from the highs. I just be very, very wary of all this. Oh, I don't think it's over either. I don't think the party's over either. I mean, I think it's these. Well, I mean, depends what Robinhood does, I suppose. But as far as them amassing in different rooms, that's not over. Anyway, I am now going to load the layout that I use. Just give me a moment here. Good idea, Torps. Yeah, I don't know if BB is locked out also. I really don't know. Meanwhile, how's Fubo doing? FUBO? No, that's another high. Well, look at Fubo. I mean, it's holding. I mean, it did get up yesterday all the way up to $54, $55 or so. So it did move all the way down here to 45, coming back. Another one of these high short float percentages. All right, guys, I have no idea what's going to happen to my watch list today. I mean, it could be so crazy, and I'm really interested to see what happens in the options and our options scanner today also. If you do want to follow along, my watch list up and down. From the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then here's my watch list, Barry's watch list right here. You get these 3 windows plus a couple of charts. Nothing will happen in these 2 windows until at least 9:45. All right, I put a delay on purpose. My homepage, Poe, it's on my homepage. Just put my link in for my homepage. Just go to the scan section. Okay, just go to the scan section and look for the abnormal, moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay. Even news is starting to come back. I mean, I'm not back in this. I don't know what, I have a real dislike for this company, but it is coming back though. And my guess is, let's see if AMC is coming back. Nope. GKK's Yalla. Yalla is racing higher here. Look at Yalla. Here's the all-time high right up here. It wouldn't surprise me at some point during the day that AMC, it's not a recommendation, but that it somehow pops back. At any rate, we have about 40 seconds before the market opens. So again, I know I know everybody wants to try to get into these things at the bottom and get 100 or 200% increase. But if you're new to trade, even if you're old to trading, you're not just new to trading, just be very careful. If you're going to do this, don't take very many shares. And we are now going to open, just one moment, please. All right, we are now open. Okay, so I'm just kind of watching some of these. What is GME doing? Just this will give us a bit of a clue on maybe what's going to happen here. Yeah, I kind of lost in all this. I mean, the Dow was up, NAS is up, SPY is up as we speak. All right, well, here's OEG. This has been so active. I have no idea if this is one of those stocks, but OEG doesn't look like it. It hasn't really dropped that much. I mean, it's hard to tell now. Are these stocks trading on something else other than just Reddit or? But anyway, OEG, but it hit a high 1125 yesterday. It's in my watch list, but it would have to take that out for it to appear here. I mean, we're going to see some big swings, guys. So, especially in the first 15 minutes. Look at Fossil, got all the way down to 16.45, and then pops $2. Remember, this is a 2-minute chart, so. And now look at this. Jan got halted on the way up. This is I mean, look at this. I mean, less than according to us anyway, less than $1 million in the float, basically $1 million in the float. The stock was up to $36 pre-market. It's funny. You guys talk about Thinkorswim and some of the other brokerages and how they're down and all that. I mean, I have not had an issue with IB. I know they charge that horrible half a cent a share commission, but never had a problem with IB. AMC is halted. Yeah. See what did I say? It wouldn't surprise me if we get a pop, and it is halted. And there's American Airlines, SLM. This was pretty active. This is actually an earnings play. SLM is an earnings play. Yeah, I know people dump all over IB because they still haven't gone. Well, they have their light, which is commission free. We can't connect to it. Not that that's a big deal. If you don't care about using Brokerage Plus, you can always. Problem is, it doesn't connect though, in terms of external linking their IB light. But again, you're right. I mean, I just don't see what all the fuss is about half a cent a share. Especially, yeah. I mean, slippage could account for that easily, but. That's my opinion. Exactly. IB Lite does not allow. That's why we can't do external linking with it. All right, American Airlines coming back a little bit here, but remember, guys, I mean, this was up to $31. It dropped by a third, but it is trying to come back a little bit here. American Airlines, AAL. And Panda, so you're on Webull, and it's down also. I mean, it's amazing how many brokerages seem to go down. And here's Mr. On Again, Off Again, CCIV, on again, off again. Rumors about a takeover or the merger. All right, here's a little one. So this is probably a little silver play. And I know it says gold ore mining, but virtually every one of them will have silver also. So I may be wrong on that one, but it doesn't really matter. It's a metals play. Ugly, ugly, ugly looking weekly chart. Too bad. But MUX popping here. Everything's fine, Dreamer. Thank you. SVM, another silver play. Let's see what AG is doing. Has it recovered? AG. Not really. Not really. So, I mean, I know it's up 33%, but remember, it dropped from all the way up here, 20. Well, I guess it's not all the way. I shouldn't say all the way. This is not as catastrophic as I thought. And there's Jan, just now has reopened. AMC resumed. Again, guys, it would not surprise me. I'm not telling you to buy this stock, okay? But nothing will surprise me about what might happen to AMC and all the other ones that, in theory, the Robin Hooders cannot buy anymore. Yeah, CVM is another one. I wasn't sure if it held its gains. Yeah, I mean, again, look at this. I mean, it goes up to $39 all the way down to 23. So Wild and Woolly action, CVM, of course, it had a huge day yesterday, got all the way up to $41. I mean, it's another one of those short floats. I mean, look at the percent, 28%, and a fairly low float. BlackBerry BB coming back. How's GME doing? William, I hope you're out of that short. I hope you're out of that short now. And we have another halt. Costs on the way up. I mean, why not? 67 to 93. Okay, here's another one that was up to $6 and something, falls down $2. IDXG, low float. Here's another one, NH. So this is another look at the pretty big short float percent, 12.5%. Now this one's could. And there's BlackBerry. I don't know why I had an alert set for that price, but BlackBerry BB surging back. There's AMC surging back. EXPR surging back. And we just got halted, a couple of halts right now. AMC got halted on the way up. And EXPR got halted on the way up. Wouldn't surprise me if BlackBerry gets halted too. Another little surge. It could halt. Yeah, I'm sure Tangiers, SKT, that's another high short float percent. Look at that short float, 52 million, 52 million, 52%. Is there actually news? There's actually news on it for IDXG. Contract for thyroid testing. Okay, so there is actually a little bit of news for IDXG. So at least there's, a bit of a reason for the pop as opposed to just because. That's his contract for thyroid testing with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Florida. So there is a little bit of news for it. Look at Geo, guys. Geo, big pop for Geo. Of course, the prison stock has room still, maybe to the 9 level. So let's take a look at XRT, the retail sector. Yeah, so we're probably going to see some of these retail names surging back a bit. Real just mentioned LB. And it's above yesterday's high, I think, 41. Yeah, well, it's almost right at yesterday's high. I did see that, IJA. I did see that with the CTRM. And AG halted on the way up, I guess. And Jan just resumed. JAN just resumed. Okay, I mentioned NH. Another, pretty high short float percent, NH. And this, look at this. 483 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. If it takes that out, it's got a shot. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying, look left on that weekly chart. There's the next area. It'll be the same on the monthly chart. Yes. So look at it go, NH. Oh, thank you for getting out of G and US. That's all I can say. Hopefully nobody's still in this one. Okay, another one that was halted. This looks like a China, of course, it's a China stock. LLIT. How many in the float? Anything could happen here. Look at this, 1.8 million in the float. It got halted. Actually, it was halted earlier, I guess, at 812. There's so many halts coming in already. LLIT. Yeah, this is a little cannabis play, SNDL. SNDL, guys, cannabis play, SNDL. I know some of you guys have been talking about it. It's way under $1. Now it is obviously over. It's not one of the reasons why I wasn't that interested. Look at the float in this. 700 million in the float. This is not a low float situation, but hey. All right, well, look, Naked, NAKD, it is at the highs now, and the after hours high was what? 348. Again, I don't know if this is one of the ones that cannot be traded at Robinhood. All right, EXPR just resumed. Good idea, Bad Bob. You know, if your brokerage, if your whatever broker you're using, if it's acting up, so the SNDL just got halted. Another little silver play. ASM is a silver play. Don't like the weekly though. And IDXG just got halted on the way down. That was what I read. Robinhood blocking the ability to trade GME. Well, all those crazy ones. I don't know if that's still the case. And no. You can trade them, but I think they've lifted margin. They've put margin restrictions, but you can still trade them. Can't short them. Not at IB. Yeah, you can buy them. I mean, not just on a margin. I mean, listen, I haven't tried, but I'm assuming I can still buy some of these. I'm not using margin. It's just that today I noticed that so many of them are just not shortable. They've just put the big red dot there. Okay, guys, keep an eye on this CTRM. This is one I had in. I know I don't usually look at stocks under $1, but this had popped a lot pre-market, so keep an eye on this CTRM. Thank you, Aija. Nothing in the options plays yet. Again, nice short for the AI on Zyme right off the bat. This was shortable. ZYME. Yeah, SNDL was halted at 944. I'm looking at the bid ask. I don't see a big jump yet. It says 119, 119. All right, SNDL just opened and dropped. Wow, this is now the certifiably crazy one today. LLIT. This has not been halted. Well, it was halted. It was just halted again. Probably no news. No, there is news. There actually is news. NH and Sesame signed a deal to offer patients direct access. So, I mean, there is news. You can actually read some news on it as opposed to just going up because of no reason. So there is some news on it. Well, interesting. I mean, look. I mean, hard to trade. Look at this. I mean, it got all the way back down to 103 SNDL, and then it pops right back up. Give me a moment here, please. All right, SNDL is halted again, I guess. Not I guess, it is. It's not 300%. No, it's not 300%. Here's that silver play, guys. FSM, mentioned it pre-market. This is actually, look at the difference between this one and AG. I mean, AG was the big leader. This was sort of spurring all these silver plays, but look what it did. But FSM, even though it's not, I mean, it's only 4% in the short float. Huge float, too, for an $8 stock. Well, pretty big float. Okay, this one from yesterday, Kang. Look at Kang, guys. It just took out yesterday's high. Kang, in fact, there it is, 1248. I haven't even looked at my watch list. No, all right, this one just opened. LLIT just opened and surged higher on that after the halt. No reason. I don't see any reason for it. Well, this is halted because of news. AG got halted because of news, okay? So whatever that news is going to be. Now, you know what it might be. And there's no time for this to open. I mean, the SEC may be like, hey, What's the reason for this spike? That could be the so-called news, okay? Just waiting for the first option play from the scanner. Nothing yet. All right, Kang 1248 on the alert, 1274 now. This is approaching its all-time high. Kang right up here, 14. Yeah, so far the only one that really moved was Kang, C-A-N-G. Here's another silver play, guys. Hecla, HL. Silver is hot today. Let's take a look at the. Let me take a look at the ETF for it. And Candy, yeah, you guys have been talking about Candy. Look at Candy. KNDI, China EV play. What's NIO doing? Let's take a look and see if they're all kind of moving. And the answer is no. So Candy's kind of, well, let's take at the other two. Li, LI, and XPEV. And the answer is no. So Candy is kind of trading on its own. Must be some, yeah, contract to sell 3,000 EVs to Rideshare Partner. Now they were, is this out of the US? I know it's a China stock, but I know they were cleared to sell in the US. I don't know if Rideshare is a US company or not. Sounds like it could be, but all right, guys, so SNDL just unhalted and it came down. Nice on the right edge reel. What else? I'm just looking to see getting anything out of the options plays. Still nothing yet. Kind of hanging on. Jan got halted on the way up. Well, as crazy as it sounds, guys, you know, they've been, of course, the Reddit crew have been talking about GME at $1,000, and I think that's their, you know, the badge of honor, as I called. I was talking to some of the Trade Ideas guys earlier this morning. It would be a badge of honor if they could push it to 1,000. I'm not saying it's going to 1,000, okay, but okay, LLIT just opened. Where is this going? I mean, the high in the monthly chart a few months ago was 2156. Solo is the trade of the week. Let's see, what is it doing? Yeah, it's not doing very much. I mean, it had a good day on Monday, and that was it. Trigger was 834, got up to 9 something. But like a lot of these EV plays, they just kind of got stuck and actually moved down. I mean, FUV's up a little bit, but nothing really exciting with the EV plays. Okay, now American Airlines. Look at this. I mean, this would it surprise anybody if it actually went negative today? I mean, it is an earnings play, but you know, I think this was propped up by the Reddit crew and 31. And it keeps moving down. AAL keeps moving down. Yeah, it's actually, it is shortable at Interactive Brokers. I'm not. Why would you want to short it? If you're talking ALL, or are you talking about all as in everything? All right, is interested in this SNDL to see how it opens. Doesn't look like a. I mean, that the issue is it's that big float. Where are they out of? Calgary. Okay. Oh man, this is another. Okay, this has done some really crazy things in the past. It just got halted. IMTE. Look at the float. 4.7 million in the float. This got up. In fact, this got even higher than this. If I back, well, here we go. Look at this. In fact, if I back it out a little bit more in the monthly chart, I do recall this month. This is back in 2018. Got all the way up to $43. All right, SNDL just opened. Screen sharing should be up. If you don't have it, if you can hear me, just do a refresh, okay? Screen sharing is, unless everybody says they can't see my screen. Just do a refresh. Again, guys, I'm just kind of waiting for the first option play. And again, I'm not talking about trading the options. I'm talking about this one, moving higher with unusually strong options. Nothing in it yet. All right, well, look at this, AMC, so got up to 16, back down to 12. So, yeah, this is not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers, which I'm sure a lot of firms are doing the same thing. Yeah, it just got halted, yes. Loss in all this, the market's up 400 points, SPY's up, NASA's up. All right, Vive. This was active in the pre-market. Got all the VIVE got up to 484. It's trying to run a little bit here again. Low float. 6.3 million in the float. Okay, SNDL trying to come back a little bit here, hanging over $1. Another silver play, CDE, another silver play, Coeur d'Alene, or it used to be Coeur d'Alene. Coeur d'Alene. All right, AG just resumed, and yeah, that's what I thought. So it was halted. I mean, the SEC is saying, hey, how come you're going up like this? Is unaware of any material undisclosed info. We all know why. It's just the Reddit crew got a hold of them and popped it up. Okay, here's another little one, LQDA, fairly low float, 23 million in the float. Look left on the daily chart, and unfortunately, I see 298. So, and a lot of resistance right around that area. So, unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be a good play. Okay, SNDL trying to come back, guys. SNDL, for those of you in it, sure I don't have to tell you that it is trying to come back. Well, I mean, the only option is to disable it if you don't want to hear it. Just right click, properties, actions, and uncheck it. Uncheck the play sound. Guys, Kang. So, from what, well, let's see, 406, what happened? 406 got up to 428, but this is certainly from my watch list the one that is moving a lot higher and coming into an all-time high for KANG, China stock. You have the AI, the SG. I actually saw this one in the pre-market, SGRY. Did see it? All right, SNDL coming right back. Kang, guys. Wow, look at this now. So there's a good move, almost $1 from the 1248. And coming, again, there's the all-time high is 1408. It's not a low float, 75 million in the float. So Kang. CANG. Well, I mean, if you look left, I'm not saying this is resistance, but if you look left, 1256, I mean, there's a high looking left on the weekly, so it's just a little bit above that, or it was 1256. It got up to what, 1277? I mean, so that could pose a little bit of a problem. Seems to have posed a bit of a problem already. If somehow it can get through that, LLIT, then it's a matter of looking left. And I mean, it's way up here. Again, I'm not saying that even if it gets through this, it's going to reach these heights, but that's all you really, that's all I do. I just look left on these higher time frames. So it's back through that again, I think, 1256. I'm sorry, it is not. Again, retail popping again. How's XRT doing? Yeah, so what a run. I mean, look at this. Look at this pre-market. XRT, big retail ETF. And then look at the bounce. All right, so I see this one just got halted. ACY got halted also on the way up. Another crazy one, got as high as $34, $34.50 or so in the pre-market, cut in half, but it's trying to come back, like a lot of these stocks. This is another one that is not shortable. Kang is not shortable for me. Oh, I'm sorry. It is shortable. Not that I want to short it. I'm just noticing that it is shortable at Interactive Brokers. This is the area right there, 14. I mean, there's an all-time high right there if it takes it out. Yeah, it blew by it. So I mean now, but you're chasing it. You know, you're really, really chasing it on the 15s. But and it just got halted, and it looks like, well, it's hard to say. It flashed 14, 14.21. I'm looking at the bid and ask right now. Now it's back down to 13.56. Well, all I can say about Kang is that at least it's kind of resting here, and it may have another pop. I mean, there's the all-time high right up here, and it's not a low float situation. There's certainly not a big short float in this. It's not a low float situation. Looks like it wants to try to get to that all-time high. No option plays yet. Somebody was mentioning OG. This is another cannabis play out of Canada. Well, this is looking A little more poised here, but look at the spread, guys. Yeah, look at the spread. Kang just dropped 1333, 1368. I mean, it is 1339, 1367 right now. So they're almost making it hard to trade. Well, not almost. Now it's popped back up to 1360, 1367. But you got to be now very aware of that spread really going crazy on you. All right, little cannabis play. Another one with a huge float, 230 million in the float. This looks actually better than the SNDL. I mean, this has got a huge float. And again, you're chasing it though. I mean, you know, we're in chase mode. $1.97 was the next, was a high looking left, so that is taking that out. And then looking left, 210. It has taken that out. The next high looking left would be about 235. So there's a little bit of, you know, resistance in this area here, perhaps. I don't know if the spread has been that bad for Kang on this way up, but I mean, it certainly got a little bit really bad when it opened, when it started to move here. It was a 30-cent spread. Now, there's the NH, guys. Now, this is a nice little break here. NH. Nice little break here. Look left, and it has some room to the... Wow, it's got some room. Keep an eye on how well it holds over 5. That's the NH. Meanwhile, Kang is on the move. But, I mean, it's a terrible spread. 1354, 1380. I mean, you know, I mean, it may not matter, of course, if it keeps soaring higher, but it's just, you know, they're making it a little bit difficult to trade, in my opinion. 1370, 1380 right now, so it's tightened up. All right, so I'm sticking an alert right here for NH at 510. See if it takes that out again, because it has room when you look left. Look at that daily, 662 on that day. And I'm not saying even if it gets back up here that it's going to get up here, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Yeah, CVLB as a pop, no kidding. Taking out yesterday's high. 1847 was an alert here from my watch list. Guys, I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes, okay? I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm now back, and well, you sort of witnessed the conservative nature I have in trading, you know. CANG, I mean, now it looks like it's going to take out this high, but I got, very frustrated because of the spread. As I said, it may not matter, and it may not matter. And there's VIVE, VIVE. Oh, they're going to be a ton not shortable, Pete. A ton of them. Yeah, I can tell you exactly what got into silver. The Reddit crew got into AG because of that short float percent earlier and just popped the thing up. That's the only reason. And so that has dragged some of the other silver plays along with it, even though they're not, not necessarily short float percent situations. But that's what happened. Yeah, the ones I'm talking about being not shortable are the ones that were super active before, like the AMCs, the Noaks, the Bulletin Board, the Best BlackBerry, GME, of course, those ones. I'm not talking about. These are the Vive is a sort of a Johnny come lately in all this, but it actually. Just looking to see if I had any news on it. Yeah, this spread has been. That's you got to be awfully careful. The spread didn't matter so much as it was going up, but it certainly can matter when it's coming down. And I think it's not halted. But yeah, the spread is like 40 cents now. That's why I shied away from it. I agree. I don't think it's done. I agree. Yeah, AC just got halted. ACY. I almost took this one right down here. ACY. Just a few shares just to see. Again, my conservative nature, I just couldn't pull the trigger. ACY is now halted. Why would I do it in the first place? Just because it hit 34 in the pre-market. But it is now halted. And LLIT is halted on the way down. Good grief. I mean, look at all. If you're wondering how we're noting all this, I mean, we have a Halts Resume scanner. Okay, so. And you know what? It's 10:24, so I think now is the time to, first of all, welcome everybody to the trading room. If you're new to the trading room, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. And what I do now is I put my home page link into the room. Start talking a little bit about some of the things you see in my home page. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. So here is how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Here's the promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. And I'll show you how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. We have a premium and a standard on an annual basis. The premium is $22.68 a year. The standard is $10.68 a year. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. That's the usual reason why people want to have our premium service. They want to have access to the AI, which I will get into. There are other differences, but that's the main reason. You know, this is show you a little bit what the AI has done so far. There's a 6%, 3%. These are the alerts we've had so far today from the AI, and I'll get into that in a bit. You don't have to take an annual plan out. You can always go month to month if that's what you want to do. Standard is $118, the premium is $228. And that promo, you can apply the promo, the discount to the first month, but only the first month, okay? Just want to make sure everybody completely understands that. The discount's only good for the first month if you take out a monthly subscription. You can also sign up for the Trade of the Week right here. It is sent out every Monday morning between about 30 minutes to 45 minutes before the market opens. I do a recap, what's happening in the room. Usually start that around 1 o'clock. You can sign up for them here. All the scans that I'm sharing right here, including, I'm just waiting for the moving higher with unusually strong options. I'm waiting for that one. There are no alerts yet today. I'm 100% sure we'll get some, but not yet. But here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Kind of pick and choose which ones might look interesting to you. We have a lot of education. This is an education link right here. And if you are new to Trade Ideas, it's in the chat also. You can click on subscriptions. Okay, it's in the chat, subscriptions, right there. Here's my home page. If you click on the subscriptions tab. Okay, so I just want to, if you're new to Trade Ideas, I think this is a really good link to click on, the 20 short lessons, okay? It basically goes over all the features, the basic features that we have. You know, what is a top list, building one, an alert window, creating one, etc., etc. So again, do yourself a favor if you're new to Trade Ideas. Instead of frustrating yourself trying to figure out what to do, I think this really summarizes in a very clear and concise way how to create all this, all right? And if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can do the same thing. You can take a look to see what we do have to offer. We have more on that education link in my home page. Daily support sessions. Today is Thursday, so between 12 and 1, another one of the traders takes over. I monitor our YouTube room between 9 and noon, and then from 12 to 1, one of the other traders takes over. I believe it's Jamie today. And you can head over there. I take a break at noon, so I will pop that link in before I take my break. Here, of course, is our room here. The daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. Educational videos right here. And some ebooks that we created, trading ebooks that we created. Viva, V-I-V-E, is just ripping here now. So again, a lot of information from my homepage. You can always just click on the subscriptions tab in the room, and my homepage is always here, okay? I'm going to go over the AI. I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus. Well, in our single stock window, I mean, it's all here. You know, this is what our provider gives to us. So it's all here. There's the float. There's the short float percent. Okay? I mean, we have those as filters, Al. So, you know, if I right-click, configure, and do a search on float, here are two filters that we have. We have the short float percent, and these are some customs that I created, and here's the float. Okay? So a pretty good alert. Vive, you know, it was choppy though. Did get up to 460. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is. What does the short float percent means? It means that when you look at it, how many shares are in the float. You know, so here's the float number. Of that, 5.8% are shorts. So that's why when you look at, you know, like an American Airlines, you know, these are, you know, high short float percent. People betting that this stock is going down. 37% of that float is short. That's why you get situations where all of a sudden, if for whatever reason, you know, news or a group gets a hold of a stock and starts popping it, these people who are short, well, I mean, it depends where they're short from, but if they want to cover their position, it basically fuels the buying, because to cover their position, they have to buy the stock. And so that further fuels the buying. That's more than likely, almost 100%. That's what happened with GME as an example. So I can see right now we've already had a short float adjustment. That was 135% yesterday, so now it's 120. Okay, guys, NH, bit of a spread issue, not terrible. Okay, let me just talk in general about what Trade Ideas is. We are a scanner. That's what we are. All right. It doesn't matter what brokerage platform you have. You can use Trade Ideas, and I only say that because we get the question all the time. You know, I have ABC Broker. Can I use Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. You need a broker to trade. We're a scanner. You see and I'm going to show you. You can create your own situations, your own alert windows and top list windows, etc. You see something you like to trade. You can type it in if that's what you want to do into your order entry into your brokerage platform. That's what we are. We're a scanner. You see right here, I've created a scan called the basic new highs and lows. How I did it, you know, we have a lot of filters that I've used these filters between prices between 1 and 20. Current volume is 1. That means it's trading at least 4 times as normal. You know, this is how I have created. This is what I want to see in terms of the filters. And then if a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time price alert. That's why we see these stocks in here. And I'm sharing this along with a lot of other scans. All you have to do is click on my homepage link and you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. Now, you of course can create your own. This is what I call, these are ideas, okay? When I get something in here, it doesn't mean I take the trade. This is an idea. This is why we're called Trade Ideas. You of course can create your own alert window if you want, based on what you like to see. So what we've done is, instead of forcing you to learn a programming language, we've created a lot of alerts. These are all the alerts. Lots and lots of alerts. And when you see these icons, these are the filters. So you can, you know, hopefully you can create something, the types of ideas that you like to see based on the alerts and filters that we have. So we do not force you to learn a programming language. Now, we also have a way in which you can link to your brokerage platform. We have what we call an external linking tool. All that means is this, is that when you click, if you can establish a link with your brokerage platform, when you click on a symbol, it'll load into your brokerage platform. So you don't have to, so if you're like me, typing or clicking on a lot of symbols all day long, you know, it's just a big time saver. That's all it is. You don't have to link. And if we don't link with your brokerage platform, it's, you know, not the end of the world. You can still use Trade Ideas. But it's just a time saver, so you don't have to keep typing symbols in all day long. Meanwhile, GBR, Wow, look at this GBR. I know somebody mentioned this a little bit earlier. Look left on this one. 350 is the next high looking left. So that is what linking does. Now, let me go over the AI and what it is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. They get optimized every evening once the market closes. So that's what happened last night. The market closed. Out of the 50, these are the ones that made the cut. Okay, why they made the cut? Right, profit factor, win percentage, some other factors in play, all right? As I always say, who cares why they made the cut? These are the strategies that made the cut. All you should really be concerned with is what are the alerts we're getting from those strategies that made the cut? Here are the alerts, okay? If you need our premium service to see all these, you click on new. If you do, this is how I would watch them. Click on new from the toolbar. Click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. You do that, and here's your window. You're given an entry price, you have a stop, and you can manage the trade. It's okay. I would incorporate this window as part of your layout so you don't have to, wait a minute. So you don't have to load the window every morning, just incorporate it as part of your layout. Nothing happens in that window until at least 9:35. There's no pre-market activity and no post-market. Okay, when you say where do you find the link window? What window are you talking about, Sparky? What link window are you talking about? Meanwhile, the Flyers are taking a huge hit now. BlackBerry, BB, AMC. My guess is that GME is just tumbling. Yeah, tumbling also. Okay, so linking to TOS, I do have a script for you. Okay, it's pretty detailed. I'm going to put it in the tech support area, okay? I might have to break it up into two parts. So I'm putting it in tech support. You have to follow these instructions to establish the link. Okay, so I just put that in tech support. Pretty involved, but that's how you do it. Okay, I'm just watching NH here to see if it gets back over 5. Pull back, probably with a lot of these. Just watching to see if it gets back over 5, say 506 or so. Might get me interested. All right, so that is our linking, okay? Now, we do have a special arrangement right now with Interactive Brokers, and hopefully soon TDA and E-Trade. Do not ask me when. If you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, I'm going to pop this link into the room. So when you say what the window that I have, all the scans I'm sharing are from my home page, Sparky, okay? Just click on the subscriptions tab and click on my home page. And then right here, all the scans that I'm sharing. Click here, all the scans that I'm sharing. Okay? Okay, so if you click on that link, this is going to show you how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus. how you can actually trade your IB account, Interactive Brokers account, with it. So why would you want to be able to do that? Well, once you've established the link, you can do things like, if I click on the CVLB as an example, and I decide, yes, I'd like to trade it, I look at the chart, like what I see, I go back, right click, let me just get my simulator going here. Boy, look at BlackBerry now, holy smokes, and not shortable for me. Anyway, meanwhile, GBR just soaring here. Took out that high like nothing. GBR took out that high like nothing. Next high looking left on that monthly chart is 444. Boy, look at BlackBerry. Oh, man. All right. No, obviously I kept this one, let me get rid of this, just flatten out of this thing. I kept this one overnight. I want to show you though how, so if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can then use this window that we call Brokers Plus, only available if you're using the app. It's not available in the web-based version, okay? And so again, why would you want to be able to do that? Well, let's say you click on CVLB, you take a look at the chart, you say, yes, I really want to trade that. You can go back and you hover over this where it says trade. Notice these are options that you can set up yourself ahead of time, of course. You have to watch that video to show you how to do it. And now you can click on how you want to trade it, what we call one-click trading. So, I mean, I know a lot of you are wanting to maybe learn like auto trade and stuff, but this is so close to it. You know, to me, I'd like to always take a look at a chart first, and then I can just rip right back if I like what I see and click how I want to trade it. Okay? So, that is why, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, then you can use this window to actually trade from within Trade Ideas. You still need your broker's account. Now, the other way to use this, and I really recommend it, is that you, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. And you can use our simulator. All you do is click on Sim, and now you can practice trading. So again, before you commit money to the market, practice trading, okay? And it's using our real-time data, so it has no bearing on what broker you're using. It uses our real-time data. So let's just say, for argument's sake, you wanted to trade CVLB. I want to show you how you can do this. No, I didn't post it in support. I posted it in the I posted it in tech support, Sparky. Tech support. Okay, see the tech support tab? Right here, tech support. It's the only post. Okay? So let's just say I wanted to trade CVLB, but I wanted to trade it on a pullback. So here's what you can do. Let's say I wanted to, if it got back down to 1960 or so, or the base here, I would want to take the trade. I'm just showing you how you can do it. So you pick how many shares you want to trade. Here's, of course, when you click on anything up here, the symbol will load. If I want to buy it, click on buy. If you want to short it, you click on sell. But let's take this on, try to take this on a pullback to 1935. So if I put 1935 in both, you click on buy. So you'll notice that a blue line appears on your chart. And so if it gets down to 1935, it'll take the trade. Now, of course, if I don't want to do that anymore, like I don't like the way it's trading at all, of course, all I have to do is go to orders and just cancel. Okay, just cancel the order. But right now, I'm just going to leave it in. Let's see if it fills it. Meanwhile, GBR just a severe rippage. Severe rippage here for GBR. And I don't see any news on it other than the fact that it's, of course, it's a crazy low float. I don't see any news on it. I don't know if the, if the Reddit boys have got a hold of this one too. I have no idea. No, when I say, guys, I'm just, Real is completely right. You don't, we're not talking about chasing these, but they're super active, and if you could have shorted it, I don't know if GBR was shortable for me. And the answer was yes, yes. Yeah, I've gone over that before, EZ. I've pulled women quite a while ago. Was it okay to say guys? And they all said yes. So, okay. So, which one? You mean this one, the repeating? That's what it is. It's just this repeating. So, I mean, here's the first alert for AMC at $11. And this is the repeating version of it. So you get the alert, and now it's $7. Not that you could have shorted it, but that is it. That's what that is all about. Okay, but let's take a trade now. See if we can find one that might be at all. Now I could do this the other way too. Let's just say I wanted to take Kang, but I wanted to see it break 1378. Okay? This little area of maybe resistance. So I could do it the other way. I could put 1380 in both boxes here. So what I showed you was a pullback. Okay, so there it is. So if it hits, if this gets up to 1380, it'll take the trade. I'm not saying I would do this in my real account. I'm just trying to demonstrate how you can do things with the simulator. Okay, the other one has not triggered, obviously. What was it? It was CVLB. Okay, it's getting close though. I mean, it might take it. Again, this is in the simulator. The web app does not have the simulator. You need to be on the app. Yeah, this was what I was going to show. Yeah, this was from yesterday. Okay, if you take a trade today in the simulator, and also obviously if you in your real account, but if you take a trade in the simulator and you don't close it out at the end of the day, it'll carry over. So in other words, you can use the simulator to practice swing trading also. Okay, so it doesn't matter what this symbol is. This was just something that I was demonstrating how to do yesterday. Well, your broker has all that information, Mark. The bid ask. I mean, your broker has all that information. I guess you're new to trading, but your broker, like here, that you have all that information, the bid and the ask. And that's how you can tell what the spread is. Remember I was talking about Kang earlier and the spread? I mean, it's not bad now, but here's the spread, 1345, 1347. That's okay. It's a 2-cent spread. But before this was widening to 30 and 40 cents, which makes it really, that means if you wanted to take the trade and make sure you got it, you'd have to be taking it, you take it at the ask, but your P&L would show you what your P&L would be at the bid. So you'd be 40 cents down, as an example, had you taken the trade way back then. Now, it zoomed higher. I know this is getting maybe a little too technical for some of you, but that's why you look at the spread. You don't want to see a very wide spread. A big clock somewhere. No? Why do you want a big clock, Zarato? Just a minute, please. Okay, guys. So look what happened. I told you, you know, this was just to practice, right? I wanted to show you how you can do a pullback, CVLB. So it ended up taking the trade. Sorry, CVLB. It ended up taking the trade. Now, what I haven't gone over are stops, okay, yet, because I didn't have time to show you. But if you were going to take this trade on a pullback, you would have to know, if the trade was not working for you, where you'd be getting out. So let me, so, and the other thing is, as I said before, if I looked at the, you know, this sort of if I looked at this and I said, you know what, I know I've got this here, you don't have to absolutely take it. Of course, I could just cancel the order. But let me show you about stops. NH is coming back, guys. NH. Oh, Mark, I don't know where you find it in TradeStation. I mean, if you're that new, I mean, all brokers, I don't have TradeStation, but I mean, all brokers, you have to look bid ask or something like that. I mean, you're level 2 or, you know, I don't have TradeStation. I can't tell you, you know, where you're going to find the bid ask and TradeStation, but it should be pretty obvious. Just want to find a... Okay, you know, this came in the options plays, okay? It hasn't really, I don't like it. I mean, you know, just because something comes in the, you know, moving higher with this unusually strong option doesn't mean, okay, you pile into it. Looking at it, it's a terrible, choppy looking daily chart and weekly chart, okay? But for the purposes of doing this, I'll take the trade, okay? I'm gonna buy 300 shares. I can go in at the market because the spread was only a penny. Okay, so it just took the trade. Now, always have a stop. Always have a stop. So when I look at this 2-minute chart, you know, there seems to be a, you know, decent support right around 104. So if it broke down through that, I should be out of the trade. So I will add the stop, and I'll explain. I'm going to add the stop at 103. I'll show you why I do that. Oops. Okay, so when you get into a trade, guess what? They're not all going to work. Look at NH, guys. So you cannot be stubborn about this, okay? You get into a trade, you have to have a price where, you know what? The trade's not working, I'm getting out here. Now, where you determine that, you know, that'll come with some, you know, chart reading experience. You can, you know, check areas on the chart where it looks like there's support. If it broke down through that support area, you should be out of the trade. The other thing to get used to, in my opinion, is also the idea that when you get into a trade, not only do you have the stop, of course, but you should be planning to risk only a certain amount per trade. So let's just say, and that'll be dependent on your account size. If you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So let's just say that your account can stand risking $100 a trade. So that means if the trade goes against you, the most you want to lose in the trade is $100. So how do you determine that? Well, first, as I said before, when you get into a trade, you have to know where your stop is. I put this stop a dime away, okay, just to try to make this math easy. So if you were willing, if your account size, your account could stand, risking $100 a trade, and in this particular case, if I get in at 113 and my stop is at 103, a dime away, I could buy 1,000 shares. Why could I buy 1,000 shares? 1,000 times 10 cent stop equals $100. So the other way, of course, is just the reverse. If I have a 10 cent stop on the trade and I'm wanting to risk $100, just divide 10 cents into 100, and that'll get you $1,000 or your 1,000 shares. Okay? So you should always try to keep the amount that you're risking per trade, virtually the same. You're not going to risk $100 one trade, $300 the next trade, $200 the next trade. Okay? You should try to keep it as close to the same amount as you can. Now, if you're listening to me and you're thinking, okay, yeah, that makes sense. A stop. I get the concept and all. So okay, I'll put a stop in. And you look at the chart. You're getting a little bit of chart experience, and you can see where, okay, yeah, I mean, lots of support in this area here in the 2 minute. If it dropped down below that, I should be out of the trade. So all best intentions in the world, you put your stop in, and then all of a sudden this starts happening. It starts moving down, down, down. It's getting close to your stop. And you say, well, you know what? That stop was obviously too tight because, this stock has to go up. I've heard good things about it, whatever. So you start adjusting your stop downwards. And so now that $100 manageable loss, maybe, it goes through that original stop and starts approaching your new stop. And now that's a $150 loss. And again, you think, that's probably still too tight. You can see where I'm going with this. You had a manageable $100 loss, and now maybe it's turning to $200, $300, $400, and finally you say, wow, was I ever stupid? And you get out of the trade, and now instead of again $100, you're down $400. If that's you, and we've all been that person, okay, we've all been that person. This is a great way then to take all the emotion out. You just keep that stop in there. You get stopped out. The system will take you out, and that's it. You're out with your manageable loss. And listen, for all the reasons why you got into the trade at the beginning, they could materialize later on. Okay, so you might have been just a little bit early in the setup, and you can get right back in. So hopefully that, this is all making kind of sense to you. Why you have a stop. It's all about money management. I know especially, in the last 2 weeks where we've seen all these crazy, stocks that have been going up 100, 200, 300, 400% for really no reason. And the attraction is, yes, I want to get in. Well, even if you did that, okay, you still have to have a place where you're getting out. And I know it's hard. So that's why, if you're new to trading, I would just shy away from those. Mark, I don't understand. You've linked trade ideas. You only see. Yeah, well, what more do you want to see? You should see you see the bid and ask in your brokerage. That's going to determine, how you're going to take the trades. You don't need to see them in trade ideas. You're linked to your broker, and that's where you're going to see the bid and the ask. You don't have to see the bid and ask in. You can see it if you are live connected. You can actually add the bid and ask here if you want, but I don't see the major point in that. I mean, you've got the bid and ask in your brokerage platform also. All right, guys, NH. Okay, there you go. So in TradeStation, the bid and ask is called the matrix. Okay, for you, Mark. This is somebody in the in YouTube, a YouTube room, is asking that question. Now, these are also hotkeys, okay? So if I want to get out of a trade, all I have to do is flatten. Okay, I just highlight and I just flatten it. If I want to get out of half my trade, I click on half. If I want to double my trade, I double it, double my position. Okay, so these are hotkeys that you can use also. Okay, so this is what I'm talking. Sparky, can you see the tech support tab? Can you see my screen? Number one, can you see my screen? Sparky. What are you, a Chevy Chase fan? Okay, can you see the tech support tab? You're in off topic. I mean, if you can see my screen, can you not see the tech support tab? And when you click on the tech support tab, this is the script that I'm talking about. You just have to follow the instructions. Or okay. Well, it doesn't matter where I pulled it from. I don't understand what you mean. Where did I get this? I mean, I pasted it in. I don't quite understand what you mean. I mean, it was a Word document that I just pasted in here. What? I'm trying to be meaner. Well, what difference does it make where I got it? This is from Trade Ideas to you. Is that what you mean? Oh, man, I don't understand what you mean. I don't understand what you mean. Can you just click on the tech support tab? Can you click on the tech support tab? Or you can't see it? Is that what you mean? You cannot see the tech support tab? Within the trading room. Within the trading room. It's in the chat window. Yeah, I mean, you're an off topic. I mean, I don't know how to help you. I mean, you can see my screen, I'm assuming. You're in off topic. That's where you are. And here's tech support. You know, I mean, yes, JB Canada did post something, and you can also, if you're still confused, I can just send you to our homepage. You can ask for the script, okay? If you're still confused, you know, just say, how do I link with TOS? Okay, go to our homepage. Hope you can see that. Guys, Geo is now right back up to $9. Geo. So looking left, well, it's right there. The next high looking left is around 931. That's been a really good, it's a great call by Grumpy. If you're in the room, Grumpy. He usually comes up with one good one one good one a quarter. All right, guys. Time. Wow. So the you know, haven't even looked at the overall market. You know, we're in. You know, look at this. I mean, we're up 500 points, 163 in the NAS, 66 on the SPY. Yeah, they definitely. Yeah, they obviously they do trade in tandem. CXW and Geo, they do trade in tandem. A couple of the prison stocks. Give me a moment. What time is it? 11:09. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right, I'm back. No, there were no alarms. You can ask that, you know, info at trade-ideas as a feature request, okay? It's been asked before. Today it is Jamie. Jamie is in the YouTube feed from 12 to 1. What time is it right now? 11:10. So you know, I'll pop that YouTube link in if you want to head over there while I'm on break for half an hour between 12 and 12:30. I've answered your question. You can't put an alarm. There's no way to put alarms here. I answered your question, Sam. I'm just saying if you as a feature request, go to info@trade-ideas.com and say, hey, it'd be great to be able to have alarms, sound alerts just like we have on other windows. Anyway, GBR, just... No, there's no... okay, if you're referring to the charts get refreshed every 8 to 10 seconds, okay? But when you click on an alert, it is real time, okay, in the charts. Everything else, the alert windows are real time. There is no delay. It's just the charts refresh every, I want to say, 6 to 8 seconds. Now, if you think that's a big deal, just a minute. Look at GBR. Wow. When we first, we have, trade ideas and charts are still relatively new. Look at GBR, just relatively new. I want to say 2 years, maybe 3 years max. But the company's been around since 2003. When they first introduced the charts and they told me that they were going to be, there's going to be about an 8-second refresh, I thought, well, that's terrible. I can't do that. And I think at the time I had eSignal. So what I did was I put my eSignal chart right beside my Trade Ideas chart, and I ran them side by side for a week just to see what sort of impact that had on me. The impact was 0. Because believe me, I would not have used the Trade Ideas charts if I had an impact. Because most of the time when I click on an alert, I see the chart, there's a real-time alert, and now I'm looking at my time and sales in my brokerage platform. It's not so much that I'm looking at the chart anymore. I'm sizing up, of course, what's happening, but it's not so much I'm looking at the chart at the time I might want to take the trade. So, well, but when we get, these are all real-time alerts. In an alert window, it is a real-time alert. No kidding, another push. This is shortable also. Well, again, we've got all these volatility halts left and right. Hard to keep up with them all. This is a scan, one of the scans I'm sharing. The halts resumes. Oh, I guess that's interesting. It's still there, but how can it not be there for you? When you come back into the room, they disappear? Really? Okay, so I just cleared it. Okay, I will put it back. Just give me a moment. I think I have to split it up. Okay, and then the second half. Okay, there you go. Have at it. Well, anything's possible, but typically these are, when it's a volatility halt, unless it's a news halt. I mean, typically volatility halts are 5 minutes long, you know, and sometimes they're longer, usually a multiple of 5. But there's no rule that says, okay, if we halt the stock 10 times, it's going to be halted for the rest of the day. I'm surprised GBR has not been halted once. It just hasn't gone up enough in a period of time. Looking back, I don't see a halt for GBR at all. Boy, the spread is no. Not a Word. It is a Word document that I copied and put in here. That's all. What did I say earlier? Would it surprise anybody if American Airlines went negative? I mean, it's only up 60 cents now. I mean, remember, this was a $31 stock. Now it's 17. Now, it actually did have an earnings release, so it did have news, but that's not what propped it up. Meanwhile, so I guess that was a pretty good alert here at 326 and the basic new highs and lows. 326, 746 right now. It's not shortable now. It was shortable earlier for me at Interactive Brokers. Now it's not the big red dot, it's just that the shorts have dried up. Not that I would have ever imagined if you said, okay, now, or now, or now, or now. I mean, at this point, maybe, but there are no shorts for me at Interactive Brokers. If you're new to trading, and this is, or you've been new to trading in the last couple of weeks, welcome to volatility and craziness. So if you're wondering why this can happen, and I have no idea if the Reddit crew has got a hold of GBR, it almost seems likely. There's only 2 million in the float. I don't see any specific news on it. And yeah, I mean 14. So this has traded the float. 14 million shares have traded already. The float is 2, so it has traded the float 7 times, 7+ times. There's LLIT, got halted on the way down. Jeez. Yeah, if you look up naked shorting, you'll get a bit of an explanation. There are other reasons why, it's very, very rare. I wouldn't concern myself. It's very rare, of course, that you're going to see over 100%. Yeah, so far not very much action. Yesterday we had a lot of action from the unusually strong options. Only the one, and I didn't like it. Obviously, too much resistance. Well, I kept waiting for this to really hold over 5, but NH just didn't do it. It's actually getting tiresome here. I mean, all these halts, resumes, all these stocks. Yeah, so yeah, we don't have a relationship anymore with StockTwits, so that channel has gone. Okay? Somebody's asked in the YouTube feed. So that channel is now gone. I mean, we love, as intraday traders, we love the volatility. I mean, we don't want a flat market or flat trades or stocks, but I mean, after a while, it gets a little bit too much. Well, there's nothing. We don't have a relationship with StockTwits anymore, so well, that's interesting if you do see it. Because we don't have a relationship anymore, so that might be old data. So you might be able to see it, but well, as I said before about stops or halts, 95 or even 99% of the time they are 5-minute halts. But if it's not a 5, then it'll be 10. It'll be a multiple of 5. If you're going to ask why is it 10, I have no explanation. There might be, if you go to the website, maybe there's an not to the company website, but why is a stock halted more than 5 minutes? Why is it 10? Why is it 15? Why is it 20? I don't have an explanation for it. Well, for me, I guess I'm just sort of thankful for the news trade I had this morning, and thank you for getting out of it at this level here, GNUS. And this is one that I just, as a sort of a recap, I actually ended up taking this just before the market closed yesterday and was pretty happy to see all this action. What you can't see, because we stop our date I think at 7 p.m. Eastern time, what you can't see is then all of a sudden the big drop. And that's when the word came out that Reddit was shutting down the WBT WSB WSB thread in Reddit, and that caused virtually all of those type of stocks to collapse. And I was lucky to get out for a little bit more than I wanted to in terms of a loss. But then all of a sudden they started to come back, and so I thought, okay, I'm going to take this again, and I got back in at just around 2:30, 2:35, I think it was. I wake up this morning, very happy to see this, and I scrambled to get out at 3:30, and glad I did. Whew. Well, guys, things have finally settled down a little bit in terms of the alerts that I'm getting. I'm going to be very, very careful about these low floaters, though. The attraction, of course, is there. I mean, they can have the huge, insane moves, but that just got halted on the way up. NTN, buzz time, very low float, 2.3 million in the float. Red Robin might be on the way. Maybe found a bottom here. RRGB. No, we don't do that CVV. We only have option filters, but we don't trade options as such. So no, the answer is no. All right, guys, 11:30. Give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, so what question what question was on solo? Solo is possible. This is stopped out. Looking at there's the 20, or that's a 200-day moving average, I guess. No, that's the 20. Remember the stop. It might have stopped out the trade of the week. I'm not sure 100%, but well, if you obey the stop, that's when you sell. If you want to obey the stop, it's the rising 20 SMA. So what are we, Thursday? So in theory, I guess it hasn't touched it. I think that's the 20 SMA right there. You have to have that on your chart. So in theory, it has not touched it. So in theory, but it doesn't mean you have to stay in the trade and wait to get stopped out. Very few indicators. I mean, I'm aware of the 200-day moving average. You know, if I have time, I have the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA. You know, I just don't have time. I mean, I'm just, you know, if I were just devoted 100% to trading, I'd probably pay a lot more attention to the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA on my charts. Other than that, I really don't use any other indicators. Just price action, volume, and price action. And, you know, because I'm a momentum trader typically, most of what I see, of course, is are making or very close to new highs of the day or new lows for the day. So that's when I'm looking at my weekly, daily, and my monthly charts to see, okay, great, you're at a high of the day. Where could you keep going? You know, so that's why I'm checking to see what sort of resistance levels there are on the higher time frame. So if you see a nice big void, sort of like, I mean, the NH was really intriguing to me. Still is. See if it comes back. But, you know, you look left. Now, remember, this was up here. I look left, and the next high is 665 or so. So I thought, okay, keeps over 5. This could turn out to be, you know, not a bad trade. As an example. Meanwhile, I mean, GBR, look how, wow, I mean, look how whippy this is. I mean, it got all the way down to 6, right back up to 9. So when you say does the chart look good, HB, are you understanding, are you talking about, if you're talking about solo, I mean, the chart obviously does not look good. I should say obviously, but I mean, remember, the trigger was 834. So, I mean, with you know, it's falling down, and that is the 20 SMA is right there, I believe. And, you know, if you read the email, it says you could get stopped out if it hits the 20 SMA, which looks like that is right now around 750 or so. So Aja, I guess a little too early for the CTRM. I've been watching it. I almost bid on this one up in this area here, but obviously still a little too early. Should be just you, Stan. Do a refresh. You can't hear me, but just type it in. Do a refresh, Stan. I'm assuming you guys can hear me. It is just Stan. Let's back this out. I think they did a reverse split. Yeah, I'm sure they did a reverse split. Though I'm not 100% sure, but have to go back to July of 2018 before we see these highs for GBR. Okay, excuse me. Okay, it has to close below it. Okay. All I'm saying is that, to me, Solo is, if like the rest of the EVs, they just have not, have not performed this week at all. Oh man, oh man. Remember Eric along with Nokia? No, this is shortable. They've actually allow you to short. They don't let you short Nokia. When I say they, I'm talking Interactive Brokers, the big red dot. But Eric has no restrictions, and they basically traded in tandem. Well, Eric continues, guys. So, I mean, this is sort of your. You can't short Nokia because it's not shortable. This would be the companion, Eric. Well, HB, I cannot, I cannot counsel you like that. You just have to have a plan when you go into this trade. And if you got in at 834, whenever the trigger was, I mean, it's laid out, as Peter said, it's a close below that. You don't have to wait for it. I mean, if you thought, but I mean, what you should have done, hopefully, is when the number of shares that you took, if you get stopped out, it's a manageable loss. But I'm not going to say yes, dump it now, because in 2 minutes later it could pop right back up. So I can't give you. You have to, according to your trading plan, if you're going to obey that stop. Well, doesn't mean you have to. It means you can want to get out earlier. That's up to you. Eric, let's see. Is it tomorrow? January 29th pre-market. Yes. So. Earnings before the market opens tomorrow for Eric. Just a minute, please. Okay, I'm just had to answer an email there. So PXS, another really probably cheap. Well, not I know it's cheap, but a low float PXS, little tanker shipper. ENSV. This is starting. This is loading in here too. So support activities for oil and gas. Yes, it's just above it now, just above it. But yeah, there's, I'm only pointing this out. This is just because, when I point these out, it's just because it came up on my momentum up. And now look at it. And it is, well, now it doesn't seem to matter. The next high looking left is 257. It's pretty choppy on the weekly. I mean, it looks like there's all these little area pockets of resistance. It's not clean, but hey, 2.7 million have traded, 4 in the float, so it's traded half. Okay, Jamie, thank you. Yes. Well, GBR over and over and over again. Yeah, look at this. I mean, this is, I haven't really paid too much attention to what's happened in the. Now, BlackBerry BB was not shortable at IB anyway. I don't know where you could have shorted this one, but this one's surgery. I know it's surgery. Really nice AI, 3341, 3784 right now. This was a short, but this one. I should have paid more attention to that. I did see SGRY in the pre-market. Really, E-Trade does have? Interesting. They're just not allowing the shorts at Interactive Brokers. It's, they've just taken that ability away. Yeah, I mean, this is an all-time high for SGRY. I mean, so there was no resistance. What a run it's been on for the last 6 months. Basically a triple. Just a moment, please. What time is it? 11:47. So Jamie's going to be in the YouTube room just around noon. So I will pop this link in if you want to head over there while I take a break. Okay, I think this is an energy play. DYN. No, it isn't. Sorry, not an energy play. Thought it was something else, an energy or something. DYN. So this is trying to come back. How much volume? Relatively low float, 19 million in the float. Volume is coming in. It's beaten up over the last few days. Trying to come back a little bit. DYN. Boy, interesting. After yesterday, all the action we have with the options, nothing yet. But remember, a couple of days ago, we didn't get our first one in here until about 12:30. I think that was a couple of days ago. And then we had some really, really interesting looks for the rest of the afternoon. Again, if you want to have this one moving higher with unusually strong options, just click on my home page. I'm sure it must be the Reddit crew. It's got to be them. Too low afloat. So if you want to have this, the options, click on my homepage link, and here's the scan that I'm talking about. Moving higher with unusually strong options. Sure, we'll get some later on today. Okay, you mentioned GME. I'll look. Yeah. Halted again. There were earlier, real, there were shorts available, but they've dried up. Oh, we've been, yeah, Cam, we've been GBRing it in the room, well, ever since it really started to break out. Eric, continue to go down. Now it finally bounced a little bit here. Your guess is as good as mine. Sarah, I'm not trying to be flip here, but I mean, this is a stock that is on no news. It has done this. So, I mean, the rug could get pulled anytime. I mean, it's traded the float now 15 times. Probably by the end of the day, it would not surprise me. What time is it now? Noon, just about noon. So we have 4 hours left, say half the day. If this keeps up, could be 30 times the float. You know. Wow, look at this CLDO. CLDO looks like this is almost a lifetime high. I see a sliver of white there, so I don't know where. Oh, over here. So there it was. So this looks like this is an IPO back here. There's a lifetime high, 1911 for CLDO, and it is moving a little bit here. Low float. Look at that short float percent also. Whoa. Oh, did I say C? I'm sorry. KLDO, yes. KLDO, yes. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'm anticipating Jamie is going to show up pretty soon to take over our YouTube room. I'll be taking a break. So I'll be here until he takes over. Again, if you want to head over there. Okay, so there's the link to go to our YouTube room. I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. There goes KLDO, guys. Terrible spread. I mean, just, atrocious spread. 1839, 1873. You might tighten up, but remember what happened with the other one? Was it the Kang? And KLDO, oh, I thought maybe it got halted. USEG, so we're getting these energy plays again. Energy plays are hot. Look at the GBR. Energy plays are hot. This is another little one with a small float. I mean, who knows where this is, what's going to happen on this one. when it comes out of its halt. I mean, right now I'm looking at 640 on the bid ask. You look left, you see one area right there. It looks around 635. The next area right here, around 692. You can just see if it if it takes these out. You know, that week, which was when? This was September of last year. It got all the way up to 18. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but those who missed the GBR move might be looking for another play. That's how that kind of works. Now that they're bailing at a GBR, you know, they're just going, okay, what's next? Okay, thank you, Jamie. So, okay, Jamie's there. So I'm going to stop the YouTube stream. Thanks very much, Jamie. Have a good time there. Be interesting for you.
Sure. Okay, test 1 2 3, test 1 2 3. I do believe I've got the helm. If someone might be so kind as to let me know through the chat panel that you can see and hear me, that would be fantastic. Thank you, Otto. Thank you, Iris. Thank you, Scrub Trader. Aya, hello. Hello. Okay, welcome everybody to the 1 hour allocated for the live sports session. Now, as Barry was showing you guys some crazy moves going on today with you know, outside of all the crazy stocks like GME and AMC and all that good stuff. Okay, Kang, if you can't see me, let me just make sure everything looks good still on the live screen here. Okay, things do appear to be working. So if you can't see, you might want to try leaving, refreshing, coming back, but everything seems to be functioning normally according to what I'm seeing here in the chat panel. Scrub Trader's asking, what's up with StockTwits server data? Well, as some of you may or may not be aware, we used to have a filter. I'll just pull it up real quick here. We used to have this family of filters here, or family, I should say. We had these two filters, which looked at the StockTwits community, which is, you know, just another community that keeps up with plays. When you put a $ in front of your stock symbol on Twitter, it gets routed over to StockTwits. Bottom line is, we would use these filters to see, you know, hey, are people over in the StockTwits world talking about a stock about the average amount, more than average, less than average, so forth and so on. It came down yesterday. We heard from our developers that we were discontinuing the feed. So that's the story. I don't have a lot of information as to why the feed was discontinued. All I can tell you is that these filters are going away. The last time I heard, you know, anything from the developers. So some people don't like that, and I can certainly understand that. We've had a lot of issues with people coming to us saying their windows weren't working, when in all actuality, it was because one of the StockTwits filters was active, and since it wasn't receiving any data, that would nullify a lot of people's filter sets. So we'll keep you guys posted on that topic as information trickles down to us. All right, Elliot, just reading your question here. You had an unusual pop-up. Okay, well, I guess it would depend on the nature of the pop-up. What was the message in that pop-up? Okay, so Barry was going over some pretty crazy stocks as I was waiting to take over here. Number one, this GBR. What a beautiful run this thing has had as far as the intraday basis goes. Man, what a run. Almost increasing 5x. No big surprise to see that high relative volume number there. Let me just get my Epic pin here in case I need to go marking anything up. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, the past 2 days, including today, which makes three, um, some of the wackiest market days that I've ever seen, and I've been at this for a very long time, um, with the whole GME fiasco and everything that's ensued in the public domain about the trading industry and keeping people from buying or selling these stocks. I mean, it's a crazy time. It's an exciting time, a lot of opportunity out there. But boy, just activities that we've never seen before, which certainly makes for some exciting markets. Okay, so I think the questions panel is functioning. So use that questions panel if you have a specific question about anything TI related. And boy, talk about halts. I've never seen so many halts occur since the open ever, right? I mean, just halt after halt after halt. Of course, these are all of the stocks. And then I've got another window over here. I'm like, I'm just going to separate it today. Halts and resumes, halts and resumes. But what a crazy day for halts and resumes. Let's just take a peek here. GME, just, I mean, have you ever seen moves like this on an intraday basis? Topping out at 483, bottoming out at 112 and a quarter. I mean, and of course a halt every 5 minutes it seems on GME. Also on AMC, one of the other highly active short type plays. Yeah, some people liked the StockTwits filter. What we've noticed is a very close correlation between how much it's being chattered or chatted about on StockTwits above normal. And there's a pretty good direct correlation to relative volume. So, in the past, every time you'd see something that's experiencing 4, 5, 6 times the amount of chatter on StockTwits, you're typically going to see that inflated relative volume number as well. Maybe not to the T, but if it's being chatted about 5, 6 times more on StockTwits, you typically see that relative volume number somewhere in the 4, maybe 5, 6 level. So just another way to ask the same question, which is common in the trading world. Lots of different ways to ask for the same pattern depending on the metrics that you prefer to use. Okay, does a lawsuit versus Robinhood result in any relief for retail traders during this type of squeeze, action, or just the status quo? That's a very good question. And here is the answer that nobody wants to hear. When you open up a brokerage account and you sign all the paperwork and click OK, well, whether you've read it or not, you're signing an arbitration agreement, meaning if some kind of issue comes up, you have no legal recourse against any broker-dealer. You've signed an arbitration clause, which if you ever did take them to arbitration, the panel that sits on the arbitration board or whatever that is assembled all come from within the industry. So it's highly weighted to come out in their favor. But this is actually, you got to take the good with the bad. This is actually shining a light on some of the more nefarious practices of the broker-dealer industry. So we'll just have to see what happens. Maybe we do see some positive reforms. Maybe not. I'm certainly not holding my breath. But you never know, because the situation that we've witnessed over the past 2 days is certainly something that we really haven't seen before. Yeah, and Robinhood has certainly been in the spotlight with their non-disclosure of worse prices based on their commissionless environment. And this is just another underbelly of Robinhood. Disabling even buying activity in certain stocks is, well, it doesn't sound like a fair and orderly and equitable market to me. Maybe that's just me, but somehow I don't think so. In any case, the odd activity of the market, yesterday the market was red, yet all of the stocks that were heavily shorted or experiencing the short squeezes were taking big ups, right? Whether it's GME, AMC, Nokia, Apron. By the way, very early in the day today, just more shenanigans I can share with you guys. Nokia, all right? I tried to short Nokia very early in the day through Tasty Trade. Got a very strange disconnect message. But yet I wasn't disconnected. I could send out other orders for other stocks, buys, shorts, whatever, but when I tried to short Nokia, I got a very strange disconnect message. Tried the same thing on Apron. Right up in this level right here, got another strange disconnect message. It wasn't a hard to borrow message. It wasn't anything like that. So a lot of these stocks that were definitely in play to the downside today, people having very hard times getting short. Even if you're with a firm that you have to pay, they're like, hey, well, we can locate stock for you if you pay for it, generate that additional fee. But even that was hard to do from what I've heard from other traders at prop firms and whatnot. Did Jamie get game on for GME? Nope. I can honestly tell you, I never stuck my foot in the GME pool. When there were other similar moves with not as much crazy halt activity. I do know some people at prop firms today that tried to short GME in the $400 level. And even at prop firms where you can pay an extra 65 bucks, $1,000 typically on a hard to borrow to get it, it was nowhere to be found. So, this chart looks all pretty, but bottom line is not a whole lot of people were able to even get short up in this area up here because, well, the excuse is hard to borrow, but whatever. Yeah, Aya, to your comment on Robinhood, when they first came out, me and the guys here, since we've been around for so long, we're like, hey, there is no free lunch. You're gonna pay that commission in one form or another, and lo and behold, of course, it came out. You get a little bit worse of a price, but you don't technically pay a commission, right? That's because they sell the order to high frequency trading firms, Citron and the like, or I can't remember. It's not Citron for Robinhood. The name eludes me right now, but yeah, it all came out in the wash not too long ago, and they get a nice juicy fine and a slap on the wrist, and then business as usual. Sugary was another one that Barry was talking about, and just notice they all happen to be coming through my little high volume ticker. And boy, what a day Holly is having. Where's my pen? I mean, obviously based on 100 shares over here, but Holly winning on all modules, kicking out 11, 18 signals thus far. And what a pretty blotter has transpired today. Of course, we're going to have our losers just like anything else. But boy, look at some of these percentage gainers over here. Sugary looking at 11.3, almost 5% on the 6 long. Even a short producing some good gains in Zyme. Not too shabby. Yes, Jason, they certainly did. Sam, the best place to make a feature request, since this creates a record of it, would be to send that feature request to info@trade-ideas.com and just put feature request in the title of your email. That way it gets added to the feature request list right from the developers. Once again, info@trade-ideas.com. That way it'll get routed to the right people, won't get lost in the ether. Just checking out the stops down here, looking for one that hasn't kept on going. So for example, ASO got stopped out for 100, put up for still in it. We're down 24.73. What I would look at normally is how did it react around the stop area. We can see right here it was a very quick stop out in ASO. Got an entry time of 8:36. 20 minutes later it gets the stop out in the following candle. But look how ASO reacted around this stop area here. Took a little wick up above here, and then boom, on the open of the next 15-minute candle, right here. Notice how the stop area in this case acted as a short-term area of what we could call supply or resistance. When they do this, a lot of the times that second mouse can get the cheese, and this is clearly a case where the first mouse gets stopped out. See a nice close. Now, if it would have, continued, and we had a nice close up here above that stop area, it wouldn't be worth paying attention to in my opinion. But we get a little wick above, we get the opening candle here. That tells me, well, timing was the issue here, just got squeezed out by a few pennies. Now we got to close here. I can actually get a better price than the AI, and all we have to do is get a return to the original entry line to get some nice profits on the book. Of course, it did even one better here. It wicked all the way down to here. But even if we shorted on a trade around up here based on how we saw the stock act around that stop area, acting more of as a pivot area, then we could still realize some profit potential in that trade, even getting back down to the original entry. And if we're quick on our feet, could have had even more of a profit if you were handy with the steel, so they say, and quick on the draw. But a decent example of what we call a trade around from the AI. This one, BB as well. Okay, this one coming later in the day. Once again, a very short hold time, 10:11 to 10:27, 16 minutes. Makes the entry, gets stopped out pretty quickly here. It just seems like that stop was way too tight on the BB. All right, so questions panel is open. What I have been doing is just kind of doing a raw sort over the past couple of days, for the stocks that were in vogue with the high short floats. Not even using any filtering here. Just saying, you know what? As long as it's doing minimum relative volume of 2, then let's just sort by short floats. And of course, when we start pulling all these up, you're going to see most of them doing the same type thing. Getting a nice flogging, being taken out to the woodshed today. Some careening more than others. But when we look at the prior days, you're all going to see the same type of activity over here. All right, Jason, do you think they can regulate Wall Street bets? If large investment houses got together to pump a stock, I imagine the SEC would have a field day, yet WSB functions sort of free and clear. Well, for now, okay. What you have to realize about the securities industry is it's the rules for thee but not for me, right? Type of thing. That's always been the kind of the caveat. Institutions can get away with things that individuals cannot, right? The whole GME fiasco exposes the naked shorting, okay? Because leading up to the prior 2 days, we'd always get people going, well, when I look at GME, it shows a short float. Let's just see what the single stock window says here. Okay, so it's come down a little bit. But if we focus on this metric here, short float, 120%. The other day it was 145, 150%. People are asking, how can you have a short float more than the float? That has to be wrong. Well, in the case of GME, it was not. Okay, because all of that data gets reported from the exchanges, and then we just report it back out to our user base. But that data comes from the exchanges. So in essence, there was naked shorting going on. And that hopefully will be a topic of discussion among the regulatory bodies. Well, how does this happen? Well, we get so many requests about real-time short float updates. And we're like, well, they only pump it out, what is it, every couple of weeks or whatever. That's not a function of us. We'll pump it out as soon as we get it. It's the exchanges. They refuse to keep track of that data in real-time format. And you might be asking yourself, well, why in the world would they do that? And I ask the same question. It wouldn't be that difficult to keep real-time short float data. But the bottom line is this. They call people talking about the same investment idea, they're trying to term that manipulation. Well, that's a very slippery slope. StockTwits is a community. What about the StockTwits community? Is that market manipulation? So it's a very slippery slope. It just seems to be market manipulation when it's the retail investor, but when firms get together to do the same type of activity, then all of a sudden it's not market manipulation. So all I can tell you is it's going to be very interesting to see what unfolds. This has acted as a catalyst to shed some light on the dark underbelly of the securities world, whether it be naked shorting, what is considered market manipulation, why can individuals get in trouble for talking about an investment idea, but firms don't, right? Don't have the answers, but it's going to be interesting moving forward, I can tell you that. All right, Sam, is it possible to scan based on AI strategies? Well, if I pull over my AI oops, hold on, let me get my crayon out of the way here. All right, if I pull over the AI strategies panel here, right? So these are all the strategies that the AI came to the party with. If I sort by trades today, we can see a lot of the strategies have been active. These two down here, selling into strength and pushing the spring, have not generated any trades. That's not uncommon because these are all very specific filter sets with an alert attached. But back to your question there, is it possible to scan based on AI strategies? Well, you can't get in here and see what's going on with the strategies. So there's no way to quote unquote input into the AI. We can just watch it and react if we like the trade or the strategy that's issuing the trade. So right now there's no way to, program the AI other than telling it, what do I want to see? Do I want to see all the strategies? Do I only want to see the short strategies? So you can pick and choose what strategies you'd like to see right now. That's about the extent of it. There's no way to quote unquote, do any scanning off of the AI. All right, Elliot, just reading your pop-up warning there. Event warning, outside regular trading hours. Okay, that sounds like it might be a clock issue, okay? Because if you have your local system not synchronized with the IB clock, then it could think that you're trying to put in an after-hours order. So you might want to do a couple of things here. Go to Tools, Options within Trade Ideas, see what time option you have selected. Make sure everything is synced up. Make sure you're on the same time zone with IB as you are with Trade Ideas. If you go in there and you find, hey, I've been on the same time zone the whole time, then just keep in mind you can't send B plus orders pre-market. And if you find that you're on the same time zone, then you can always send your log files to support and let us check them out by cruising over to Help and then just selecting Send Files to Support. That'll upload your Brokerage Plus robot logs, and if the problem persists, we can take a peek. But I'm thinking, Elliot, that might be what it is. No problem. And like I said, if that doesn't fix the issue, we'll then send those log files in and let us know and we can take a peek. In the meantime, I'm going to touch base on this strategy, see what yesterday's closed trades look like. Aha, another green day, which is good to see. Let's take a peek. All right, one decent winner, two small losers. But let's back up my intraday chart here. Okay, so notice where the arrow is here. This is in the last 30 minutes of the market, right? So I get the buy signal here, and then we get a gap up on the following day. This would have been day before yesterday. Then we get a gap up yesterday, which is what the strategy is looking for. It's looking for stocks to get into in the last 30 minutes of the market in hopes that they're going to gap up, right? So, you know, a lot of people like to play gaps, but typically they're playing things that have already gapped. In other words, AXDX is going to show up on their gap list on the 27th, right? And then people are either going to go, you know what, I think it's going to close a little bit of the gap, or it's going to, you know, continue. In this case, didn't really do a whole lot, just ebbed and flowed around the range. So there wasn't a whole lot of gap fill. Looked like it was going to try to fill some gap, but it petered out right here. And it never really wanted to continue either. So it just chopped along. So if you were playing, you know, a stock just because it gapped, you didn't get a whole lot of action here. Well, I can't say that. 1380 to 1540. That's not bad range trading. But if you're already in it, plugging out on the open, mission accomplished. And that's what this ending hold is looking for. Just looking for a different methodology in which to play the gap. Okay. So as you can see from the back test, and I've been watching this one, I guess since about here, it's continuing to do well. So if it continues to do well, might actually be worth taking some trades from, just playing the gap or trying to use statistical analysis here to predict, based on statistics, which stocks are going to gap higher on the following open. All right, see your other question there, Sam. Curious on what is the weekly, monthly accumulation of the profit save. Holly seems to have a nice profit saving account. Oh, you're talking about the exit reason profit save, which is one of the factors used in conservative mode. Okay, so the reasons in here are always going to be the conservative reason for the exit, but over time, moderate mode tends to outperform performance of conservative mode. So Iris, are you talking about this window here? You know, I'd rather not dump this strategy out yet because I want to continue to monitor it for the remainder of the week. I got a couple of requests from it by giving everybody a peek in last Monday's office hours webinar. So my plans are, if this thing holds up, then I'll give it out in Monday's office hours webinar. A little too early to give it out just yet. Plus I've got some other variants of it. So pop on into Monday's office hours webinar, and if it is worthy, or if I feel that it's worthy and it's holding up, well then that's when I can hand out some cookies. In the meantime, surprise, surprise, another halt. Of course, who in their right mind would try to trade this stock? What am I seeing here? That is just the most bizarre chart I think I've seen in a very long time. Oh, no wonder. It's a NASDAQ test stock. Makes more sense now. Which makes you wonder, why would they halt a test stock anyway? yes, assuming the recipe looks good next Monday, then we can attempt to monitor those positions or those strategies. In the meantime, the A table still dishing out quality patterns. Let's see if my little modified version is showing anything good here. Let's see. And just as I suspected, this little guy has a very limited amount because I'm typically looking for things that look very similar to what Halo is doing. It's not too far away from all-time highs. Looks like it's trying to put in, a little base up here. So my area of interest would be, once we get back up to these levels and push through, might be a good entry. Whereas FLGT, Flagate, that time has already passed. So it'd feel a little bit chasey up here, but might be a good pullback price alert. A couple of things that my eyes go to here, either pull back to here or pull back here to try to piecemeal in instead of chase. Whereas Halo looks kind of primed. So over the next couple of days, depending on what the market does, Halo might take a little excursion and decide it wants to pop. Plenty of things doing that, hitting all-time highs. PTC not trading. Well, did it trade through today? Let's see where it opened. 133. Yeah, it opened just a hair above, so that high was 132.83, and we opened at 133.90. Yeah, so we gapped into all-time high territory just by a smidge, but a gap nonetheless. There's Sugary, the one Barry was talking about earlier. It looks like, let's see, 32.11. Yeah, that one gapped just barely above as well. So there was time to, a little bit of time to get in there and use this level. Right about that level as a stop. And you can see it did go through just a little bit before bzzzt, they pulled the arrow back and let it fly. By the way, the yellow indicates a smaller market cap. Market cap is going to be between 2 and 4 billion, where the green guys are 4 billion and higher. Actually, the yellow is the smaller, 2 billion and lower. If we see blue coming through here, that market cap's going to be between 2 and 4 billion. So it just looks like the big boys and the smaller boys are hitting all-time highs today. Don't see any blue ones unless, nope, I've got it active. Just no middle cap. Oh yeah, Sam, it's a real easy modification. All I did, since I like to try to target the ones that are going to break out to all-time highs, all I did is I took the normal A table and just added position and lifetime range to the equation. Minimum 95, and it can't be more than a 1% past. So that's why this shrinks down to just 2 symbols once we apply those metrics. Position and lifetime range. All right, what else we got going on here? Well, we've got high relative volume on the big tracking ETFs, but it looks like the market is trying to take a little break as we can see the volume levels starting to dry up in the 5 and the 10 minute. These levels stay in this capacity. We'll see it feed over into the 1 minute, which would not surprise me at all. The market has been doing crazy things. It's probably due for a little rest break as we just kind of grind towards highs today. Market acting resilient. And let's take another look. Okay, this is what I was thinking was going to happen earlier in the day. SLV, notice the big gap, which is, typically whenever silver and gold gap this much, you're going to get some ebb and flow, but more times than not, you're going to get some of the gap filled. And it's certainly trying to do that now. Once we broke this level here, and then we're starting to get closes below the 10-period fast line here and starting to get soft. But if we pull up gold, you're going to see, gold even taking it on the chin a little bit more. Let's see. Okay, so when I saw this morning, I'm like, okay, I don't really like that big bar in there kind of ruining the party, making the price worse from the original if we're trying to play a range break here. Then I thought to myself, well, should I short SLV? Okay, quick Google search, inverse silver ETF, and lo and behold, what did I find? ZSL. Okay, so I am long a bit of ZSL right now, and it's fortunately starting to work. So great way to counter or go short in the silver is to get long in ZSL. Ultra short, all you got to do is buy it. Don't have to worry about short, borrows, hard to borrows, all that good stuff. And by the way, I did, for the record, tried to short these guys. I think I already mentioned this. Nokia, Apron, all the usual suspects. And once again, could not do it. There is a behind there, but let's KLDO. Biosciences. It's just bioscience this, biotech that. How many bio firms have been birthed as of late? Lots and lots. For a while there it was SPAC this, SPAC that, SPAC everything. Of course, when GME fiasco began, that kind of stole the spotlight. But hey, the SPACs are not done. And, always a good idea on any given day. Where's our blank check? Where'd it go? There it is. Okay. Obviously, we've got the blank check channel here. What I did the other day, and I forgot to make this part of my default layout, which is to my own detriment. I took the window, blank check acquisition company, from the channel here. And if we pop into the configure and go to symbol list, only the following list, all the SPACs we're trying to keep updated in the blank check list here. Now, having said that, it's probably not a bad idea to cycle through this list on any given day and just kind of pick out some areas if they look interesting on the daily. Obviously, I just pulled up PSAC. Not anything that I'd really want to try to bet on right now. But there's a lot of them that are, rather tame. Of course, I'm not seeing any right now, but that's what we do. This one, okay. There aren't many out there that are doing this without this having occurred. But when you see a SPAC that's doing this, and you can limit your risk, well, why not? In hopes of it doing that. There's another one, LGVW. For the longest time, it was doing this. Now it's not. Just a recent one. Got a little bit of an upturn here, but then we got a nice big gap. So a lot of these guys were asleep for a very long time. But there are new ones being born each and every day, it seems. There's another way to go about this process. It was effective the other day, but let's just do an experiment here and see if we can see the same things here. So if I come in here and I just kind of gut the filter set, we don't care about the move. Yeah, we'll keep a max price on here of 250. Average daily volume of 50,000. Well, why even worry about volume? What I am going to do is I'm going to take the score filter, which is the heart and soul of the A table, and if the 80s and 90s are A's and B's, well, what if we say, let's just show the column. Let's not even try to guess what a good max might be on the low side. Let's just sort by the worst scores. Okay. So notice I don't have any filtering in place. I'm just saying show me stocks that are not above 150 and show me the score. Now how many stocks am I viewing here? Let's see. Set record count 500. Okay. So it looks to be the worst score here is 33, and lo and behold, when I pull up this horrible score, look what I've just found. Live Oak Acquisition Corporation. 1, 2, 3, 4 days of trading. Okay, so real easy just to come in here and mark off the high of 1130. We got to mark off the low here of 1015 or roundabout. So okay, we've got a range. Okay, now some SPACs are going to go up, some SPACs are going to go down. If you even wanted a little bit more of something, we can anchor that VWAP and go, okay, all the volume that's been done in this SPAC in its 4th day of existence, notice what's happening here. We came up here, hit that anchored VWAP. We've got a nice low metric here. So as the days progress, we're probably going to have more inside days, but you never know how many days are going to occur before we get a break either to the upside or the downside on these things. So, this is a really good way to develop a list of SPACs. Go in there and start setting those price alerts. 1, 2, 3, 4 days of activity on this one. What about CAP? Oh, here's a brand new one. Capital Investment Corp. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. Shaku. DZAC. Now this one, not like the others, but once again, and this one just, I don't know, too many dashes, too low volume, I don't know. But the bottom line is, when it broke out of this little range, it went. When it broke down out of that range, it went. Another ooh. It seems that a lot of these have the U at the end. I think those are the ones in the financial space. Shaku. Yep, financial vehicles. There's one that's only 2 days old. Interesting on this one. On the day before, this thing was only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On the 6th day of its birthday, it didn't break. Well, it tried to break to the downside on this 3rd day, but that's not really enough days to really even try to do anything. But man, when it did this one, if you're thinking to yourself, I'll get long and hold it, you get a nice little upside surprise there. Of course, not the hugest move, but hey, that type of action is what we want. But as you notice here, I'm just cruising through all these, and it's going to show me a lot of the newborn SPACs just by sorting by the worst score level. All right, Silver, what you going to do? Pardon me 1 second, ladies and gents. Let's see something real quick here. $6.93. I just need to put an order in here. Okay, got a little order working on that ZSL now. So back to the questions panel. Yeah, Mike, that's a good idea. You know, turning the top list into an alert window. That way you have a nice companion window showing you the things that are actually moving. Okay, Monica, welcome. Is the score level just for SPACs? How do you use scores? No, the score filter, I've kind of figured out a way to show me relatively new SPACs just by requesting, looking at the lower scores. But just to recap here, if we check out the A table here, notice, let's see where my pen went again. It's eluding me. Okay, so referring to the column right here, the A table. The score filter is really the heart and soul of the A table. Now, the score filter is a proprietary filter that we invented. It uses technical aspects from the chart as well as fundamental aspects from the company to create the score. So, traditionally, when we're looking for good, technically sound plays with good fundamentals backing it, the higher the score, the better, right? So it's just like back in college and in high school. 90 and higher is an A, 80s to 89s are Bs, 70s are Cs, and then, even worse, 60s down into the D area and whatnot. So Steve Gomez is the guy that created this list here. That's why this is called the A table, because we're typically focusing on the stocks in the 90s getting that A rating. Well, if I say, okay, this window here is going to show me some really good upside potential stocks that not only look good from a technical perspective, but also have good fundamentals behind them. So, just playing devil's advocate here, if I think to myself for a moment, well, what if I inverted this window? Would it give me stocks that are weak and that, might be good shorting candidates? All right, well, let's try that experiment out. I'm going to duplicate the window. If I come in here and try to use the flip version, and I click OK, see, nothing gets flipped. The score rating stays at 85. But if I blank this out and blank that out and go, okay, so nothing has a score rating of 15. That's why I was using the example earlier of a top list that I just said, okay, let's show the score as a column, and we still have it on here. Where'd it go? All right, we'll leave the score. We'll get rid of some of these other ones just to declutter here. Okay, we'll leave those guys in play. Now, we're not using any filtering, right? We're showing columns, but the only filtering that we're doing is saying, okay, try to keep the really thin stuff out. The stock had to have traded at least 400,000 average over the past 3 months. And then we can just sort by the score. Instead of looking at the A table, I want to see the detention hall, right? And then we get these stocks. Okay, once again, this appears to be a SPAC, all right? Patria, let's see here. Patria, private market investment firm, include private equity infrastructure. So just another form of a SPAC, it appears, on PAX. Not going to be everyone because we requested high volume on this one. Those other newborn SPACs aren't doing that much volume. So that's why you're seeing more days, right? But look, here's an example of one that was 1, 2, 3, 4 days old. Set up a nice little range here. Didn't trade through it, but they gapped this one in new highs. And it's very odd to see a chart that goes up, but all the days are red. Very odd. Hey, you're welcome, Monica. Let's see there. Of course, as is being talked about among many traders, as it always is, markets go up, markets go down, but they don't go up forever and they don't go down forever. So, you've always got the crowd out there that thinks the market is getting ripe for some downside, which a lot of the signs are pointing to yes, because it took forever. Let's just look at the IWM in weekly. So for the longest time, after we bounced off the bottom, and even before before the COVID-19 hit, the IWM was always lagging. We're like, yeah, well, the true top sign of a top is when the junk starts running. Of course, we had COVID in the interim, got the nice V bounce, and then finally, way back here in November, the IWM finally broke out. So technically, small caps, junk stocks, whatever you want to term them, have been on a very nice tear. Okay, so we got that thing out of the way. Markets are getting frothy. Just a lot of stuff going on out there in the macro environment. We've got a new administration, a lot of moving parts out there. What's the Fed going to do? So forth and so on. But it just feels a little bit frothier up here, but who knows? It's also very reminiscent of the 99, 2000 era. And then we still got a little bit of upside from that area before the dot-com crash hit. So when and if the market does turn, we're going to know if it's a sustained downturn. And then that's when we're going to have to do a lot of retooling of our scans to find conducive short plays. So far, those signs are not there yet. I mean, we got a little bit of writing on the wall, but the charts have not confirmed a bearish case just yet. And as we all know, as markets are grinding and popping new highs and taking pullbacks, one of the harder market environments to navigate. How to zoom in and out on the chart? Okay, so all we have to do is make sure that we're active in the chart window. Notice I'm on 15-minute candles here. If I hold down my control key and then use my mouse wheel, then I can compress and expand the chart. If you don't have a mouse wheel, you just use the side arrows. Hold down control, hit the side arrows, and then you can compress and expand any chart. There you go, Mike. The question is, how do you scan stocks like MDLA that just fall? Well, we never know if they're going to just fall. But, I'm a simpleton. So the first thing that makes any sense to me on this one is here we have the opening 5-minute candle, 2, 3, nothing, my eye doesn't catch anything until about, first 30 minutes. We got a 30-minute range break right here. if I was just looking, if MDLA was on my list to short, as soon as something that made sense occurred, it would have been here, right? Got the first 30 minutes out of the way, and then we get a lower low here out of that range. If, of course, when you're trading in the first 30 minutes, you probably need to go a little bit smaller time frame. So now this little pattern here is a lot more visual, right? We came down here, we put in that little wick low in the first 20 minutes. So if you're a person that gives 30 minutes to an hour for a pattern to materialize, then you have one here right at the 35-minute mark, because we had a nice little range here. So it's either going to pop to the upside, it's either going to pop to the downside. Here at the 9:30 or 9:05 candle, we get a pop. If you got short right here around 46.70, yeah, you had to sit a little bit of up-down flat skis, but nothing near a stop out. So if I were to have shorted this here in the 46.70 range, I would look back 15 minutes to try to establish my stop if I was wrong, not including the entry bar, which would have been 5:10.15, which would have been a stop right about here. And then you would have been able to enjoy that nice downturn there if you were keying off of this opening range break here. And the cool thing about the opening range breaks is we've got alerts that probably would have found this one for you. Because we've got them all the way from the opening 1 minute to 60 minutes. Of course, once you get past 60 minutes, you're on your own. Sometimes these things happen at minute 90, 120, 2 hours in, 3 hours in. And the best thing I found for those is just watching new highs and new lows. Curious, let's see, MDLA doing some decent volume. Let's see if it came through this guy today. Assuming I'm not weeding it out with a price. Okay, yeah, max of 50. And it doesn't look like this one was triggered, probably because the relative volume was too high, or the requirement here was too high. But I bet if we get that off, we'll see a hit, and then we can see what exactly. Let's say, so 905, what was that relative volume? Okay, so interesting here at 911, we did have above normal 1 minute volume and the potential of a $2.56 move, which looked pretty accurate there. So it was identifying the next area that could act as support there. Interesting. Okay, a couple of questions here. We're getting close to the top of the hour. And noticing that you're looking at the weekly window. Yeah, Monica, the weekly and daily for swing trading, scalping on the intraday level has always been the toughest way to trade. Of course, that's kind of been the soup du jour as of late with all these crazy short float stocks having wild and crazy swings. You get the moves in the intraday, but typically that's not the case. That's why myself and most of the crew here at Trade Ideas, most of us trader/trainer guys are stretching our time frames out and doing a lot more swing trading than we are intraday trading. Not to say there's not good opportunity on the intraday. It's just, it's harder to get those sustained moves on the intraday when you're constantly battling the algos there. But it has been very fruitful over the past 2 or 3 days, assuming you were able to get your fills. PFMT. Let's see what it's doing. Oh yeah, this little guy getting frisky. Breaking out of that range there. You probably had to be pretty quick unless you were already in it here. All right, let me touch base with Mr. Barry. All right. So while we're waiting on Barry to make his appearance here, Kang over 1380. Let's take a look at Kang. Yeah. Way back here to July 23rd of 18. And it is trying. It is definitely trying. Kango, what business are they in? Software publishing. Mike, always a pleasure, sir. Is there a way to get real-time market data and trade ideas? I've got premium, I'm using IB, and I have DOS Trader with level 2 access. Well, when you use the term real-time market data, the fastest things within trade ideas are going to be alert windows, okay? Because alert windows, assuming the filter set is satisfied, so just keep in mind, even with an alert window.
So, Jamie, are you still in the room? I'm not sure if you're answering these questions. I think you are. Monica is asking you about a specific day. Okay, I guess you're still there. He just left? Okay, thank you. All right, guys. Well, I'm leaving now too. I got to do my video, so just give me a moment here. Just want to put the announcement in. Oops. All right, guys, and I'll just put the link in case you wanted to subscribe to the videos I do every day. And if you click on my homepage link, and you'll see market recap videos right there. All right, guys, we'll see you at around, probably earlier, and I always say 1:25 in case I have some technical difficulties doing it. So I'm putting myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, Tony. So the latest version is, hey guys, okay, none of that. We have opinions. Let's keep it, relatively clean. Okay. No point in getting hostile, guys. Okay, so Tony, the latest version that's available right now on our website, I don't know. Let's see what it is. Let me get my homepage up. Okay, well, the latest production version is 4.2.182, and the latest beta. There's no name to it, really. There's no name. I'm sorry. So the latest production version is 4.2.182, and I don't know what this is. Oh, I'm sorry. 4.2.195 is the latest beta that you can have. If it's still crashing, I can't help you there. You're going to have to go to our tech support, I guess. You can go to our homepage and ask. I have not. I've never had crashing problems. I'm on a development version, but I've never. When you say crashing, what do you mean by that exactly? When you say it's crashing? Yeah, you're going to have to. I can't help you, Tony. If you're having a problem like that, I cannot help you. Okay? You're going to have to go. You have to. I mean, you probably know the drill. You're going to have to send in your log file. Go to help and send files to support, and they can analyze what's happening. I can't help you. Yeah, I can't help Tony. You can, sorry, you can keep telling me things, but I just can't help you. If I can't duplicate it because I just don't have, I don't have I'm not experiencing the same issues. So yeah, you can go to the excuse me, go to the home page as I popped it in. Go to the home page, but I think they're going to ask you for your log. Okay, so you have to create a symbol list. You know how to create a symbol list, KJ? So I don't know what you mean exactly. I mean, I can't tell you how to scan for potential shorts. As you know, the bouncers, toppers, these are, so these are stocks. Doesn't mean that they're going to bounce. They're just stocks that have been moving down. And now you can start watching. Just one moment, please. Sorry about that, guys. I had myself on mute. So KJ, I don't know if I had my big explanation about. Did you not hear me? So anyway, this is an IPO, not a good one so far because the IPO price is 18, so it's actually a little bit below the IPO price. DraftKings. Look at that volume that came in. DKNG. Yeah, I don't know about. Let's take a look at Kang. I mean, NAS pop over 14. It is a pop. Well, at least it hasn't given up too much. I mean, it was up to 14. What? 1443 or so, 45 maybe, and it's still there's the high 14. So it's still looking kind of good actually. Had the big day yesterday, of course. A bigger day today in terms of the candle size. It's going to do it. Well, it's what's the spread like on this one? Well, 15 cents or so. Not terrible, but all right. Here's one that's bouncing off the bottom here. LIVE, very risky. Only 1.3 million in the float. Is down $6. So here's a bounce off the bottom. Very risky. Not very much volume either. Sorry, I should not even bringing this up. Well, believe it or not, I'm kind of looking at BlackBerry here. Look at BlackBerry kind of basing here. Look at this. Look at AG, guys. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of the things on my watch list, and nothing is at the high of the day other than Kang is almost right at the high of the day. CANG. So did that make sense, KJ? I wasn't sure if I was on mute. You wouldn't want to see it earlier. You want to, if you're looking for a bounce, you want to see it fall as much as possible. In that case, no. I mean, there's no, can't predict that that's going to happen. Love it. Big middle finger. Let's see. I think I've already flipped it. Are you talking about one of the scans I'm sharing? Isn't that is weak stocks down, I believe, isn't it? I haven't looked at it for so long. Give me a moment here. Okay, so isn't one of the scans, I can't remember anymore, but isn't one of the scans I'm sharing weak stocks, which I believe is just the flip version anyway? Strong stocks up, weak stocks down. So that is the flip. Tony, I can't. I don't use it at all, okay? And I thought the trailing stop is not available other than maybe dollars. You're talking about, Tony, yeah, you really should show up on the Wednesdays, and you can really, haven't you asked those questions to Michael? Because I don't think anyway that they're available other than in a dollar sense, and not a percent. I can't make any suggestions. Okay, I really can't make any suggestions. I don't use it. So look at Sugary, guys. SGRY. I did take some out, but now it's on the move. Okay, well, if he suggested a trailing stop, then what more can I add to that? I'm not sure I can add any more. He's certainly way more of an expert in that than I am. But if he suggested a trailing stop, then, if you're asking what percent, I mean, I don't know. I don't think he would tell you either. You have to, that's all going to be based on your risk amount. This is really interesting with this SGRY. I mean, yeah, that's a financing done just over $30. It didn't matter at all. Okay, then I suggest you again, ask him because I can't help you there. I'm sorry. I don't know what he's going to say. I mean, okay, just send it. Yeah, ask him next week then. Or, you can send it to info@trade-ideas.com and, attention Michael and, see what he says. Well, they're all stable. Really? You're the second. I wonder why. I don't know what to say. Well, I know what to say. If you click on, I'm going to just click on my subscriptions link. And the latest production version is 4.2.182. That's the latest production version. And the latest beta is 4.2.195. I don't know why that would be crashing though. I mean, I've never had an issue with anything crashing. I've been using development versions since 2010. When you say crashing, what does that mean? SGRY came out of the AI actually, Stan. Right here. Right there. 3341 entry. I didn't play it right there. I played it on a pullback actually. Well, that probably you should be hardwired. We can't help you there. I don't think that's gonna be nothing to do with the version. Oh, absolutely. I had I known that, absolutely. Try all this Wi-Fi-ish. Wow. I mean, I don't know that is unless you've got some fantastic connection. PRTS, that was an AI alert yesterday or a couple of days ago. I know it 2 days ago. Yeah, we had a great day. Kind of been falling though. No, it didn't have earnings. All right, here's one that is just popping in here. Dynatronics, D-Y-N-T. D-Y-N-T. Popping in. Now, look at the room this has. Look left, 266. I'm sure it's a low float. Surprised it didn't get halted. It's not halted yet. DYNT. And they actually have news. Okay, they actually have some news. Launches new table products. What do they even do? New table products. Okay, so they actually did put a little news release out. And that was literally at the time. And that's from, I don't know if we have it. No, but that's in my IB headline news right there. Launches new table products. Because if I click on it, it would tell me a little bit more, but new electric stand-in table with patient lift and updated premium treatment table now available. Okay, so at least they had some news. Whether you think the news is worth it in terms of why it's moving up, that's irrelevant. But that is the news. Whew. This is exhausting. Yeah, there's GBR. Yes, ramping up again. GBR ramping up again. Look at the volume that came in. So what did I say? Yeah, well, this is going to trade now. Well, I said 25 times. So no, I 30 times. So this will easily be 60 million shares by the end of the day. I don't know what you mean by that. How are my charts so precise? I have trading view also. I only on a 15 and 30, but I'm not I'm not doing anything special. If you're talking about this, I'm not doing anything special. Excuse me. Okay, there you go, Rodak. There goes the Kang. Yeah, wow, GBR. And again, no news, no news. No news is good news. Don't come out with news, guys. Come on. Yeah, you're too excited, Zach. I don't know about a squeeze, not in this particular case. Okay, I mean, look, there's only 0.73%. Who knows why it's, I mean, we all kind of know why. Excuse me. But there's not a big short float on this one. Just a crazy low float. And it just got halted. Yes. Excuse me. Time is at 1:47, so today is Thursday. So there is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. Should be kind of fun. Okay, I'm going to put myself on mute just for a couple of minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, let's see what it is stacking up to be if it comes once it comes out of the halt. It's hard to really tell. I mean, it says 1355.14 right now at IB, so it's hard to tell really. Here's another one, this Mexico Energy. I haven't seen this one for a while. This has been in the past a crazy stock. Got all the way up to 15. This is back here in July of last year. It just got halted. MXC just got halted. Yeah, that'd be interesting to try to prove it, Zach. But yeah, you're absolutely right. That's an ugly chart. No, no kidding. I mean, I only brought it up just because it got halted. I wanted to take a look at it. That's a terrible looking 2 minute, terrible looking 5 minute, really. But I brought it up just because it was halted. And it is energy. I mean, look what happened with GBR. I'm not saying the same thing's going to happen with MXC, but and in fact, MXC, what is the float? The float is, it's even lower in theory. So who knows what's going to happen with this once it opens. Okay, so what this is a, all I've done is I just click on similar, all right? And then I duplicated the window. So if I duplicate the window, so the similar tab, duplicate the window, and this is your window that shows up, and you can pick competitors. So in theory, I think it needs more work, all right? Because, a lot of times what's supposed to happen is when you select competitors, if I select a stock, I should see stocks in the same sector, okay? But it's too broad. It's way too broad. It has to be firmed up. I mean, it's not bad. Price action also, I think it just has to be firmed up a little bit. But that's what the theory is. I think I've kept it on price action now, yeah, because I was just getting too many crazy ones. Like I'd click on a crypto play, and I'd be getting a retail or something in here too, or a mining play, not mining, but something that's totally unrelated to crypto. So I just think it has to be firmed up a bit. But that's how you do it. Click on the similar tab and then duplicate. So, I always want this up and running the entire time. And then, if I want this up and running all the time, then just, again, click on the similar, duplicate the window, and then there you go. Okay? Where is Rodak's hair? Don't go. I know you guys are wondering what the heck is he talking about. See, one of our customers, subscribers, posters in our YouTube feed. Or I know you can't. You can. The question was, can I run Trade Ideas on two computers at the same time? No. You can have Trade Ideas downloaded to as many devices as you want, but you can only have one device open at a time. So guys, just a quick word about, you notice these two. So these were on pullbacks. I think the CVLB was taken on that pullback. And this one also was taken, I think this was Kang was taken, these are in the simulator, okay? Now, notice here, my max P&L for CVLB was $490. It is only 76 now. You would never let that happen. Okay, at least you should not let that happen. My max P&L is 328. Right now I'm at 253. Who cares though, right? Because look at GBR. Just came out of its halt. Well, GTE, I think, is one of those. No, I have no opinion. I'm sorry. Underneath $1, I really don't have an opinion about. Other than, tell me when it breaks $1. I know it's tremendous volume. It's all probably is going to trade the float. 358 million. It's traded 289. So even though it's got way too many in the float. Now look, I know it's up 47%, and it's an energy play, a little energy play, but until it breaks out over $1. Now at one point, where was GBR way back here? So this was not that long ago, this was a $2 stock. Come on. All right, guys. So I'm just going to put my announcement in. I'll be on mute starting around 2 o'clock. Be in this marketing meeting. So not. Well, this is as insane as the other moves with this GBR with absolutely no news. There ought to be a law. Okay, well, Lisa's did come out. I mean, here's the competitors, MXC. I mean, look what happened with MXC out of the halt. Oh, it really didn't do it. GBR is not a SPAC, is it? It's not a SPAC? Or are you just kidding? All right, guys, I'm putting myself on mute right now. I'm going to get set for this marketing meeting.
there it is. We continue to tick along. We're almost a minute, and the chart still hasn't refreshed to show 7.24. And here we can see, and again, now that's the next sale at 18, but we've remained at 18 static that entire time from this sale of 18 here. And it's the relative volume is kind of small in this, but it has traded over 500,000 shares on the day. So here we go, another tick here at 43. Now we're past the 43. You see it's traded at 720. We're still saying at 718 there for you. So I will stop recording this and I'll pass it along to you. And anything you need, just hit me up and I will get it over to you. Thanks, Dave.
Well, guys, I'm just back in time to close the room. What a long meeting. Yeah, I got to get out of here. Jeez. Unbelievable day. I mean, what somebody posted about Webush or Webull, whatever it's called, now allowing trading on that. I was kind of watching to see if AMC would start to pop. It did for a bit, just for a bit, but it did pull back. But anyway, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. I mean, this is just I mean, this is ongoing. Who knows what tomorrow's going to bring. So thanks a lot for all the help, and we will see you tomorrow, guys. I'm exhausted. So yeah, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. And let me just get the lock room going. And have a great evening, everybody. And again, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Bye-bye.